we good? Can you hear me? I think you hear me, right? Are we good? Hi. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully everybody's doing well, feeling well. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you had a good weekend prior. I hope you can hear me because my headphones sound kind of weird right now. Who do we got? AGM, Dragoon, Marcos, CT, Ryan, yeah, hello, Travion, Latimer, hang on a second here, Nephiloid, Kia, Solar, Flash, Monkey, what's going on, Flash? Solaris Fox, how many games is too many? I don't know. I haven't found out yet. I haven't hit the number that is too many games. But hello. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you had a good week. I had a relatively decent week. It was sort of, but I had a good trip. I had a good time at TMG. I did a lot, and I did a lot, and I didn't do enough. You know what I mean? It was kind of weird. It was very busy. It was a very, very busy TMG. And one thing that I kept hearing a lot of people saying was that it was a very exhausting too many games. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there was more going on or if it was because it was busy. It just felt more exhausting. But for whatever reason, everybody said that they were just like more tired than usual, which is very strange. Let me go through some of these. What is this? We're back. Welcome home, cheater. Wait, Marcos, what is that? What did I cheat on? Hold on. Hey, hope too many games was good. I beat Zero Mission and Fusion over the week. I've been doing 3-mile walks Monday through Friday. I hope you were well. I am well enough. I'm as well as I think I need to be. Back in the saddle. Not a fan of Fusion. Too hard. Samus is way underpowered. Love Zero Mission. To be fair, though, CT, that's sort of what the point of Zero Mission of Fusion is. With the Zero Suit walking around and everything. My only problem was when I got stronger. If I had any gripes about Fusion when it comes to like that sort of thing, the Nightmare boss I remember having a really hard time with. But the one thing I would say is that I never felt as powerful in Fusion as I do when I have the powered up other suit, right? The regular ice beam and all of that stuff. Like, I never felt as powerful, but it never hindered me. It never hindered my enjoyment of the game. It's just if you asked me which suit I would want to have, like fully powered, it would be the regular Super Metroid and the SAX. I think I said Zero Suit. The SAX. With the SAX walking around, you feel really weak. And I never felt as powerful as the SAX. Like, even when I won, it was like, it's because I'm supposed to right now. But I feel like if it was the other way around, I would get stomped, right? From what I heard and seen, the new 14 expansion has some cool dungeon raids with a very slow burn to start. Oh yeah, I didn't hear about the starting. It's in early access, I guess. I broke a streak. Oh no, Kia, you broke the streak. Hey, and everyone, hope you had a good time at TMG. I did. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about all that. Good week off. I usually get Luigi's Mansion. Oh, you broke that streak. I thought you meant like a viewing streak. I usually get Luigi's Mansion games at launch day. I got Luigi's Mansion 2 for the Switch 2 days after. Oh, I thought you were a fan. I thought you liked the game. Ryan, sorry we didn't get to hang out as much as we could have, but it was good to see you all the same. Yeah, I was just thinking about that earlier, Ryan. I was looking at pictures and I was like, man, I saw Ryan, I think once. So I was like, well, that's kind of a bummer. I didn't see like Ted, like Carol I saw a few times. I didn't see Ted or Catherine, or I didn't see any of them at all. Other than that day, everyone in the U.S. slapped their heads on. It's been pretty solid. Have I ever played Fight and Rage? No, isn't that like the it's like the kind of like Streets of Rage game? I think I know of it. It's like the indie Streets of Rage style game. Hello, Unclip. Wait, you look great today. Thank you, thank you. My depressive state has decided to discourage me from communicating with others. Today, it also decided to make me too mentally paralyzed to do anything by the time I got home. Oh, Flash, then then you come out here and you hang out and you listen to other people, and then maybe that gets you going. Maybe I say something so inflammatory that you have to communicate. You went to see Real Life Friends. Marcos, that's what you're saying, because I went to see Real Life Friends. If it makes you feel any better, I felt like crap when I left, and now I don't get to see them for a while, so I don't know if that makes you feel better. It doesn't make me feel better. Fully powered suit in Zero is such a wonderful power drive. I beat Fusion for the first time. I usually give up at a certain point because I fear certain enemy. Lady Foxheart, what's going on? Hello, my ERP. Wait, what? Love your William Shakespeare impression. Oh, that picture that I posted. Yeah, that picture that I posted. I was like, am I going to post a ridiculous picture like this? I was like, yeah. It's not bad, but as I heard someone put it, Dawn Truck starts kind of badly written. While I was trying to set everything up for this new land and a new story, it does put a very exposition heavy. It does put it in a very exposition heavy way that pulls you out. Oh, very much like, all right, we're just gonna give you a bunch of dialogue and text in the beginning. I mean, I don't know. MMOs are always kind of weird because it feels like that way now, and then 4 months from now, you're begging for something to happen because you beat everything in 3 weeks. You know what I mean? So MMO, I don't know. The whole progression of what you expect out of MMOs is very odd. So because the gameplay progression is different. It's meant to be played for extended periods of time. Yeah, Fight and Rage is Streets of Rage 4 before Streets of Rage 4 came out. Lots of alternate routes depending on what you do. It sounds pretty good. CT, thank you so much dropping the gift sub to AGM. Very much appreciate that. AGM, be sure to thank CT for that. Did you see Sagers? Well, I saw him earlier. He was walking around. I gave him some treats, so he should be okay. Fight and Rage is fantastic, but really hard. They throw waves and waves of enemies at you. Do you need a break from Twitter a bit? It has made my anxiety a little worse. I don't know if it's made my anxiety worse. I don't know. I filter out my Twitter really well. I think I make it a good point to. I'm good on the sort of tunnel vision type thing where I'm able to look at my friends' posts and tweets and stuff, the people that I know, and when I see like political stuff or doom, I'm pretty good to just shoot past that. So I'm getting better at it at least. There are other things that it kind of bothers me. Like when I look at it too long, there are other reasons that I look at, and I'm like, I'm starting to kind of feel bad about myself. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough Twitter for 10 minutes before I forget that I'm trying to take a break from Twitter and mindlessly pick up my phone and start scrolling again. Saturday was my birthday. Happy birthday. That's right, it was your birthday. Managed to actually hang out with some friends and started a new Minecraft, the first world I've ever made with people instead of being depressed and alone. As for gifts, I used my golden coins to buy. I saw that you bought Yooka-Laylee. Let me know what you think of that game. You said you spent half your coins. I'm like, damn, how much is the game? And then I was on the shop yesterday and saw it was $4. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Sally, I appreciate it. I read my ERP. Meanwhile, I'm in Stormblood now, taking a break to get all the jobs. See, you're getting all the jobs. Maybe that. I'm telling you. I think I was playing Final Fantasy 14 wrong. I think I was playing it wrong. Everybody, I'm getting all the jobs. I did 2 jobs. And I'm sorry, I did 1 job, and then I think I got the soul stone or whatever it is, for another job. And then I didn't do anything else. Let's see. Hold on. 74 gifts. Thank you so much, CT. It also takes a long time before you get to the first dungeon. Before that, it's a lot of walk to person, walk to place, walk to person, exposition, repeat for 2 hours. I'm going to be honest with you. I find 14 to be a lot of that. When I look at the MSQ list and I'm going and I'm talking and I'm doing side quests and I'm talking and I'm delivering something and I'm going somewhere and I'm picking something up and then, oh, look at that, a dungeon. When I look at the MSQ list, it always feels that way. Every time I look at it, when I'm trying to figure out where I am in the expansion, as I was doing the expansions, every time I looked at it, I'm like, wow, there's I have 72 quests before I have another dungeon, and it always kind of feels weird to me. I had to do that book, the book thing, the Wondrous Trails or whatever it is. Or Trials. I had to do that because otherwise I didn't feel like I was doing anything dungeon-like. And that was always kind of a bummer to me. I don't know, maybe 14, maybe it's the composition of the game that I don't really like. I don't have Twitter on my phone, so I don't doom scroll anymore. All I know is I've been doing a lot of blocking on Twitter today. I mean, that's true too. That's what I try and do. I focus on posts with people I like, and it helps me pull away from the bad. You know what? You know what I've grown to realize is turning into a good thing? I feel dirty saying this. I feel really dirty saying this. I've grown to realize that the For You tab is sometimes better for me. I notice that every time I go to the For You tab, I see posts from people that I follow that for some reason I didn't see. And I get recommended posts about stuff that I actually like. And I've noticed that a lot of the crap that I'm seeing, the nonsense ads, the doom scrolling posts and stuff, I noticed that a lot of that is on following for some reason. It's almost like they kind of flip-flopped it. And I've noticed, I've caught myself going to the For You tab more often just because of that. It's a collectathon. You'll hate it. I know, but as collectathons go, that's why I can't, with ukulele, I can't really take my word for it. I have to ask somebody else how they feel about it, because if I play it, I'm going to say it's a collectathon and I'm not enjoying myself. Or I'm enjoying myself for the first hour and a half, and then I realize none of this feels like it means anything. That's why I'm not super crazy excited about the Astrobot game. I'm happy. I'm happy that there's a legit Astrobot game, but the reality is it's probably going to be a collectathon, and I don't really care. I didn't do the original one. I barely got into that game because it's just a collectathon. It's just to show off the system, which is great, but it doesn't feel like there's any substance to it. We need to dunk more on Sonic Rumble. Depending on who you ask, trying all the jobs is a bad idea. For others, it's the only reason they kept playing. I've recently gone back to 14 to level up Thief to get Ninja. I tried Red Mage, but I don't like how it flowed. Would I do Mega Man Wily Wars on Sega NSO for SGB? I wouldn't say no, but I don't have a ton of experience with that game. I'd be more likely to do some of the earlier games. I'd be more likely to do like Legacy 1 through 6, which is, they already did all that, but Wily Wars wasn't a game that I really had access to because it was so rare and expensive. TP is a good game. Wait, which one? Toilet paper? Toilet paper's all right. I like toilet paper. I don't know. I'm down with bidet myself. It also doesn't help that the new main character, while she gets better, starts out kind of bad. It's self-deprecating for a while. Keeps bringing it up for a while. She starts. Wait, main character? Great design though. Main character? I guess that's why you said that in quotes. I guess it's like the main character that we're sort of following. It'd be like me reviewing FPS games. Ukulele is also mid for reasons outside of being a collectathon. It's a collectathon. The description for Astrobot is collect parts to repair your ships and rescue other Astros. So, like, I guess maybe there's something you're supposed to do there. I'm going to call bullcrap. Why are you not the one doing Paper Mario for SGB? I guess they had already called it well before. When I brought it up, that was what they said. They had said that they had already decided that Matt would do Paper Mario. The other thing about Paper Mario is that they're doing it. We're going to be doing it like post recording. So I guess I don't know if they're going to edit it down and then, or we're just going to watch it raw and then do commentary on that, and then that's going to be the weekend RPG. So that's what they used to do in order to bypass the length of certain games, because the RPGs tend to be, it's the same reason we don't play RPGs that much here. They're very, very long. So it becomes a slog in order to play. If you're going to only play them for 2 hours of recording session, and we record once every 2 weeks, it becomes a problem. So that's what they're supposed to be doing with, like, Matt. So I think Matt is playing it. Matt is playing it, and then we'll have the footage and we'll do post commentary for the footage. It's Raven. It's Raven from TMG. Happy y'all got home safe. Thank you so much, Raven. I appreciate that. And hello, I hope you had a good time. We're going to go over all of the stuff that I bought. So, and we're going to talk about it, of course. Lurk Ninja Ina, thank you so much. In the hunt with a tier 1 sub, subscribe for 7 months. Welcome back to Twitchland from TMG. Hope you had a great time. I did have a great time. I had a very good, very exhausting time. So more short burst games have a bit of, short burst games, shorter RPGs. Like somebody mentioned Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest theoretically could work. That's a relatively short game. I mean, short as far as RPGs go. So that's something that would go. That would be better off. I feel like action games. I did have a bad idea while I was there. While I was at Too Many Games, and I did a couple of bad ideas. One of them didn't pan out. And one of them was for me, though. One of them was for the channel, though, for SGB. And so that's what I did the whole week. I started at a side hobby, went back to do highlight videos of some friend streams, to the point where I already have all of July covered with highlights, so the channel can stay active while I work on the big project. If things go well, Greyline can go back to becoming a collective channel. Johnny did Mega Man 1 and 2, not 3 to... Oh, they didn't do 3 to 6? I don't know why they didn't do 3 to 6. Bad ideas. How much do you drink? I didn't drink anything, actually. I didn't have any drinks that day. Ronan, or that weekend. Ronan, rating of the party of 3. Welcome, Ronan. I hope you're doing all right, Ronan. Welcome back to streaming, by the way, Ronan. More Mass Effect, I believe it was. For 14, after ARR Warrior Light isn't really the main character anymore. Oh, the cast is. You spend the rest of the expansion supporting the cast in it. That's true. KH, thank you so much. In the hunt with a tier 1 sub. Subscribe for 41 months. Very much appreciate that. Trying to keep up with everything. Dropping a quick heart as I recover. Much love. Thank you so much, Spider. Hello. It was good to see you, Spider. It was good to see you at the con. It was with a little bit of Tekken. See, I read things. Hi, Lilac. And KH Sorcerer, what's going on? What was I saying? TMG 14? Mystic. Oh, for the channel. Yeah, I don't know. A couple people asked me at the convention if I knew what I was going to play, and I still don't really know yet. I was thinking I was going to do Paper Mario. I think I was settled on Paper Mario, and then Matt's going to do Paper Mario. So I think maybe Blaster Master Zero. I think I might go back and do something like that. So I might have to practice up a little bit. I think I was able to progress at that game relatively linearly, or without too much trouble. So I don't want to do something where I'm like dying on bosses, right? I'm not gonna that's it. Welcome to SGB, where I try Elden Ring for the first time ever. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Steel 14 MSQ from John. Wait. Yeah, Blaster Master Zero. That might be. Surprise, no Star Tropics. I have a love-hate relationship with Star Tropics. I think that it's a fun game. I love the humor in the game. I would like for it to come back. I would love for there to be a new Star Tropics game, but it does feel very antiquated when you go back. You can tell, like, it kind of has the Mystic Quest problem where you can tell that it was made to be an easier game, and that's not necessarily terrible because I do like Mystic Quest. But compared to other games from that era, from its specific era and its specific generation, it does feel like Baby's game, right? It's like Baby's first Zelda, which, to be fair, does have some pretty complicated puzzles. I mean, not a ton, but it does kind of feel like that. Like when you play Final Fantasy IV and then you play Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest feels like Baby's first RPG, which I think is good. I think there is a place for that. That's why I always defend that game. Baby's first game? You mean Kirby? That's kind of a bummer, but I get it. I feel like out of the 4, you were the most Paper Mario guy. But I mean, I'm just surprised they didn't do it. I was talking about Thousand Year Door, and I was really surprised that they didn't do Paper Mario. Like, how do you not do Paper? Even I've done Paper Mario here on stream. I've done 2 of them. I played Star Tropics once. I forgot everything about it. Metal Slug, Gunstar. No, I don't want to do anything particularly like that. Like, if I were to do something like that, it would be the new Contra game, right? Operation Galuga, I think of what it was called. I would do something like that. Funny to me, Was it about Star Tropics when I watch it played? Its tone is baby's first. In gameplay, especially by the end, it gets pretty. The problem it gets precise though, I think, is because the controls are stiff. If you ever get, if you emulate or anything, play Star Tropics and you'll understand. It is unbelievably stiff controls, so you feel like you have to be precise with that game. It's also very, very grid based. Like you walk and it's a grid, and you are definitely inside of a particular square. So it does kind of feel that way. Yeah, it's on NSO. Give it a try. It is a good game. It is a good game. There we go. What's funny to me about Star Tropics? King of Fighters. I wouldn't do a fighting game. I mean, that's a fighting game that's Sunday. You know what I mean? Those are Sundays. Which I do want to do. I talked to them already, and I said that I think that the Capcom collection, the Marvel collection, I think would be great. I think technically we could get 7 videos, right? Because it's 7 games. And even do the Punisher, right? If we just did the Punisher game for a day and just sort of, that's like 1 video, right? But I would like to do that. In the Worlds of Dark Souls, controls are part of the challenge. It's a feature. I was about to say Contra, even the older ones like Super C. Yeah, like I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind going and we did like maybe that's not a bad idea. Like you mentioned Gunstar and stuff. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea to do a sort of gameplay cavalcade where it's just blasting through Contra games and whatnot. I'd kill for a Garo Mark of the Wolves video. The arcade Punisher, not the 3D one. Yeah, we did the 3D one. Tetris 99 is F-Zero. I know, I remembered last night. I remembered last night, and so I sat down and got it. In a few weeks, I would definitely do the NES World game. Or World Championship game. SmackDown Sunday feature Mario Kart Booster Course. Yeah, we still haven't done that. Like, there's so much to do. So much to see. Given on the LP of the Punisher was well beloved, I feel like a Let's Play of a beat 'em up would actually work. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think if we did beat 'em ups, I think that would be good. The problem with beat 'em ups is that we all play them, so that's not really the same thing. Like as far as me figuring out what game I want to play, it's not really the same thing. If y'all can blast through SNES Contra, you have my respect. I've beaten that game once, and you know what keeps me from playing that game? I think it's the last stage where it's like the gargoyle things that are trying to attack you as you climb up the wall. I can't stand those things. They kill me every time. You could do Streets of Rage 4. And we could do Fighting Rage. Somebody brought it up earlier. Just having marked down a list, not knowing if the others are building their own list of. Yeah. I mean, no, I'm basically building a list of suggestions and ideas because that's my problem. Is that I don't know for my actual playthrough. I feel like I'm just gonna land on. I mean, the beauty part is that if I land on Blaster Master 0, I've played 0 and I've played 0 too. That'll give me enough time to. I'm slightly familiar with them. I can practice them. And then it'll give me enough time to finish 3 so I can actually get that done. When it comes to games for you to play, you could do Tetris Effect while everyone else does edibles. Closest I've liked to a Punisher-like character is Taskmaster or Deathstroke. I mean, those the character I don't mind. I'm not like Frank Castle, the Punisher. I don't have a problem with him as a character. The games are usually just sort of one second here. Oh, man. So how's it going? Wait, how many games? Too many games. Oh, wait, you guys are high during... No. No one's really out of it or anything. It's not like that. Those are for the drunk days, which I'll be honest, I don't know, like, we didn't do any sort of drunk thing this year. I think just because everybody's schedules didn't line up. I don't know that I look forward to it. I don't know if I'm really looking forward to that. Drunk, yes, yeah. High, I don't think. No, nothing like that. The most would be like half an edible or something. You know what I mean? Just to sort of mellow out towards the end. It gets sort of tiring by the end, so it's like, I know it sounds weird. It sounds weird to say it's tiring doing that stuff, but we started around noon. and we usually end at around 6. So that's 6 hours, right, with breaks and stuff. But it's 6 hours of setting up the games and playing and talking and blah blah blah. And then so by the end, it's usually like somebody probably does something like that. Well, no, they're legally sanctioned. It's not me though. Marcus, we're gonna go over it. For legal reasons, no one is partaking in anything to get high. All right, so let's talk about actually, hold on. Before we talk about anything, let me go ahead and delete my DMs just in case there's any evidence. So that was a big piece of news that came out while we were away. I'm not really going to get into that too much, but it is what it is. I don't know that it's a particularly developing story anymore, just because I feel like everything too late leaking the DMs. With just to because I feel like I have to, like, at least, like, for me personally, I feel like I have to say something. I have to at least acknowledge what happened, which was the Dr. Disrespect stuff, which was kind of crazy. I think the craziest thing is that he sort of came right out and basically admitted what had happened. While also trying to not admit it. He kind of admitted it by omission. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't say certain things, and then he tried to change a tweet and then re-change it back. And it was just kind of like, wow, this all fell apart immediately. This just dropped fast. As of right now, I mean, he's off the channel. They demonetized him. I think they demonetized the whole channel. He had a very sort of awkward final send off, which if you are familiar with what happened several years ago when he left Twitch originally, he had a very similar situation where he got very somber towards the end, and he was sort of saying strange things like, we're going to be okay and we're going to be all right, and look out for yourself. Like, he kept saying stuff like that, and then he kind of F-bombed and then left. That was when he left Twitch years ago. And then it immediately came out that the platform had dropped him, and nobody knew why. And the entire time it was a whole big thing where what happened to him, and people thought that he was trash talking them, so they got rid of him. And then it came out. I linked Alana Pierce's video. I think Alana Pierce did a fantastic video about it. And I've said this before. I'm a big fan of hers because her opinions always really line up with mine. And she said a lot of great things in the video. One of the things that she mentioned was everybody saying, I can't believe they sat on this news and they didn't do anything. And it's just like, of course they were going to. They were going to wait until the last possible minute because they're greedy, and that's what they care about is money. Like, they're corporations. They're not good people. You know what I mean? Is he an Austin Powers? I mean, he might as well be. Listen, the one thing I've always said about Doc was that I appreciate what he does. Doc, in my opinion, was sort of like a VTuber before VTuber. He was a character, and that was what he was supposed to be, and that's what Dr. Disrespect. Let me be very clear here. That's what Dr. Disrespect is supposed to be. He's a character. His sort of obnoxious, over-the-top behavior and the mentioning constantly that he's a 2-time back-to-back world champion and a video game champion, which was actually a legit thing. It was like a blockbuster trophy. Shadow rating with a party of 2. Welcome, Shadow. He's sort of the heel, but you're also supposed to kind of root for him, right? He's like the arrogant heel. He was the Kurt Angle, right? I have to go back to wrestling, so forgive me, but he was the Kurt Angle. He was the to an extent, he was the Rock, right? He was trying to be the Rock. He was sort of the jerk and a little bit of a bully, but for the most part, he was the hero, and that's who are you supposed to root for? The most annoying thing is that everybody's kind of looking at him, and they're like, Doc did this and Doc did that, and it's like, no, Guy Beam did that. Guy, the actual person is the one that did that, and it's the person that we're not really hearing of. But I always respected what he did. As a character, he came to a space, but that is known for people being legit. It's known for people being real, and it's their real faces. And then he put on a show. He was a character, and he put on a show. the problem is when he starts making these bad decisions, and they are, and that's what they are. They are absurdly bad decisions. Kurt Angle, didn't he start? No, Kurt Angle was amazing. What are you talking about? Kurt Angle was an Olympic champion. Was never a fan to be on. Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, that you can say that about a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there that are doing this now, and the difference is, I think that a lot of people who are doing this sort of Dr. Disrespect thing are VTubers. You know, you have tons of VTubers. These are VTubers are people who you literally don't know who they are. You know, that's the premise, is that they go on there and they're characters, and they're now physical characters and or cartoon animated characters, and that's what they are. So he went out there and he did it with a wig and a mustache and or I think the mustache was fake. No, he had a real mustache and the sunglasses and stuff, and he was a gimmick. But then he started doing stupid things. I was just about to bring that up, Marcos. The E3 bathroom thing was just a bad decision. And the thing about the E3 bathroom, I've said before, I don't think there was any malicious intent there. I don't think that the purpose was to go in there and because that was the big thing that people were like, you know, kids might have been using it. I don't think that his intention was to go in there and show people's junk, right? I don't think that was the intention. I think that it was a massive lapse in judgment and a very stupid thing to do. And not only that, a stupid thing for other people to not tell him. If I were the cameraman and I was watching and he's like, let's go in here, I would have said, I am not taking the camera in there. That was a stupid decision on a lot of people's parts, and he deserved to suffer for it. He did deserve to suffer for it. This stuff is malicious. This is I'm not going to sit here and act like you're like some evil villain trying to right, trying to lure women into the alley or anything, or teenagers, I should say. Well, technically we don't know yet, but that was stupid, and that was a very bad criminalistic thing to do, right? And you're an idiot, and you deserve to suffer for it. And that's the thing, is that when I sit here and I say that like the E3 bathroom thing, I don't think that there was malicious intent. I think it was a stupid decision. You do deserve to suffer for it. And for this stuff here, yes, I think you do deserve to suffer for it. I do think that your channel needs to be demonetized. I do think that you need to reevaluate everything. And then I think if there is ever a Dr. Disrespect return, I would question the platform that welcomes him back with open arms. Personally, I think it's time to seek help. Yes, absolutely. I think to be completely honest, I think it's time to drop the Dr. Disrespect thing. I think it's over. I think that the gimmick of that is not, it doesn't work anymore. I don't think it's fun to watch. He'll come back as Professor Positivity. Yeah, Kick. Oh God, Kick's gonna be the one to take him too. Yeah, I at this point, what I always think about when it comes to people like that, I think about everybody involved that's going to suffer that doesn't deserve to suffer from it, right? Obviously, I think about the person who was being DM'd, and I don't know what their situation is. Obviously, we don't know that side of it. We don't know how far everything got. What I think sucks is anybody first of all, I think it sucks for his family. You know, not to take it not to bring something extremely personal into it, but he did have a lot of relationship issues. I know that there was a thing with his wife before, and that he was there were claims of infidelity. I don't know if any of that stuff was ever proven, but there were claims of infidelity, which, you know, this does kind of lead some credence to. But so I know that there was a whole big thing going on with him in addition to like some of the other controversial stuff. But that's personal stuff. I don't really get on people for what's happening in their personal lives until it comes into work. But, you know, you feel bad for the family, right? Because this was their income. They were, you know, he was legitimately wealthy. So I think they'll be okay for now. But you don't know what's going to happen going forward, right? All of the sponsors dropped him. He's not monetized on any channels anymore. So and then I think it sucks for the other content creators, the people that he worked with. You know, if I had a video, if I had a string of videos with Dr. Disrespect in them, I'd probably be deleting them right now. You know, so it sucks that has to happen, and people, who knows, and they do like big events and stuff, and now all of these events get thrown into skew. Like, who's to say that I know that he had ties to like the 49ers, the San Francisco 49ers, because he's a big 49ers fan, and they put out a message saying they were cutting all ties with him. Like, it's kind of crazy how everybody is sort of, and again, appropriately so, but it's crazy how everybody's distancing themselves from him to the point where his career might be over. It might legitimately be over. I'm sorry, I was rambling and I was missing messages. Speaking of Kick, they said they will host him. They said that already? Oh my God. Apparently it was reported to the investigation board, and decided not to press charges, which people are reading, well, he is innocent. And I'm like, no, it's not charges, which could be caused by multiple things, but it doesn't mean he's innocent. It could mean that there wasn't enough that there wasn't enough evidence to convict him in a court. It could mean that they settled out of court. It could mean a lot of different things. Somebody paid somebody off, the right. I know it sounds all like conspiracy theorist, but the right money changes the right hands, and somebody says, oh, you know what? We don't need to pursue this any further. And Kick did say they will welcome him back. The associates will be dragged on with, and I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's fair, because you can't prove that they knew. That's the thing about the associates. As much as you might want to say that anybody he was associating with, oh, they probably knew. No, they probably didn't. Think of it this way: Twitch didn't say anything, but Twitch knew, and they dropped him so fast his head spun. They dropped him. He read the message on stream that they dropped him. They were cutting ties with him. They just didn't say anything. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that any associates were like, oh yeah, we all know, we're all hiding it for him. I wouldn't. If you told me, if I found out somebody was doing it, I'd be like, listen, don't ever talk to me again. You are a terrible person and you are poison. Yeah, you don't settle because you're right. You tend to settle because you thought you could lose. Or you were going to lose. Yeah, you were going to lose, so you want to lose more. You don't want to lose more. After Gerard turned out to be mishandling charity funds and Chugga turned out to do creepy shit, I wouldn't be surprised by anything. Gerard was pretty bad. And he's still making content, but I noticed that his views are, like, significantly down. Chugga, did Chugga do anything illegal? Like, Chugga was a creeper, from what I understand. But I did he do anything illegal? See, that's my difference. Is, Dr. Disrespect texting under 18 girls and Gerard withholding charity funds. Like, those are actual legal crimes. Wasn't Chugga just like creepy and cringy, which still sucks? But I do think there's a big distinction between you actively broke some significant laws and you were just unbelievably cringe. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't do anything illegal. Just wildly cringe. So yeah, I don't know. The sad thing is Chugga could, I'm not even going to say it. People have built careers off of being worse individuals. That's what I'll say. Subway dropped the sponsorship too. Does it mean we should start looking at Subway though for picking poor? Yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, well, Subway used to sponsor Jared, so yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, and if you don't know whatever happened to Jared, the original Subway guy, I would ask you to do your own research, and you will say, "What?" Yeah, Emil just has poor social skills. Not gonna lie, I suggest we don't try to digest the chart. No. I'm not gonna try and digest it. Just the aspect of was it like actively criminalistic, and it wasn't. It was just disgusting. Yeah, they did settle. So there's an anonymous thing regarding a minor, but there's nothing to verify if this one's real. I mean, that the rest of them is just sending many inappropriate messages to a lot of people. I mean, that happened with Pro Jared. Like Pro Jared had the big controversy, and there was a lot going on there, and some of it turned out to be legit, and then the minor stuff turned out to be fake. Like there were people that were actively known for faking that stuff, but then it turned out that he did some other sort of cringy stuff that I was like, that's not okay. There's a massive ethics issue there, but he didn't technically not even technically, he didn't do anything illegal. Like he was weird. Gerard's content get less views now, and his content's a lot more poor without his editing team. I haven't even watched. I'll be honest with you. As much as I was a fan of Completionists, I haven't watched a Completionist video. This is the second sponsor to have something with mine. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Lilac. I'm trying not to laugh at it, but I think about Subway's slogan, and that's not a good thing to be laughing at, but I can't. The horrifying irony of it is kind of bad. The most recent game he completed was his career. He gives it a rating of end it. Gerard's interesting because as someone who has said separate the art from the artist, Gerard has made his desire to be the completionist. And how everything about the work was him and about him. I mean, but that's a branding thing, though. That's a branding thing, right? If that's how everything I try and do is silver. You know what I mean? I have the joke about getting second in a game, and we're on brand, and I want silver controllers and silver aesthetic on my display and stuff like that. That's just a branding thing, right? The completionist brand is that he completes things. So that was I don't mind that. That's what you're supposed to do. Is that as a content creator, as a personality, as an internet personality, or as a what would you even call it? It's not character personality because it's not like he was being someone. He's not like he was Dr. Disrespect where he's being fake. As a social media presence, as a content personality, that's what you're supposed to do. Is you're supposed to be that personality to an extent. To be honest, I'm a silverware collector. I'm not a silverware collector, but if you show me a video game system with a bunch of different colors, silver's the first one I'm gonna buy. I name all my characters silver. Yeah. You know what I wonder? If I ever changed my name, my legit name, would I change my first name to Silver? I've always liked Silver as a name. I've only ever heard it a couple of times. But I've always liked the idea of Silver as the name. He suddenly gets a silver. Was this? Oh, that missed out on the Silver the Hedgehog. It's up there. It's a Funko Pop, but I do have a Silver the Hedgehog Funko Pop. And why? I never played Sonic 06. I have no idea. I know nothing about the character. Why do I have it? Because it's silver. Don't forget the First Descendant. First Descendant and X Defiant update is tomorrow. Oh man, First Descendant is tomorrow too. Damn. If Galactic ever shows up, we know what side Greg is gonna. Wait, Galactic? What's that? Silver is a silly little guy. Because then you can't enjoy the completionist despite what you're. Yeah, and that's the problem. And yeah, AGM. But the AGM. Here's the problem though. Like you said, Galactus. Okay. Oh yeah, because I'll be the Silver Surfer. Here's the problem with that. You have trouble tying. You have trouble watching the completionist stuff because of the Gerard stuff. Let's say that, right? You have trouble because they're merged together. If Guy Beam, right, the guy that is Dr. Disrespect, if Guy Beam starts a channel and starts putting out content separate from Dr. Disrespect, are you going to be able to consume that? Or are you going to say, no, this guy was Dr. Disrespect? Even if Gerard tried to separate himself from the completionist and made a Gerard channel, the reality is you wouldn't be able to separate him because that is who it is. That's always going to be the problem. There's not really a way to avoid that. If I did something horrendous, right? Like I said that the Virtual Boy was the greatest system ever and meant it, right? If I did something horrible, And then I got canceled basically, right? They shut down everything, right? I lost all the sponsors I already don't have. And then 6 months ago, I started a Greg channel. Are you really going to be able to say, yeah, all right, well, Greg channel, it's not Uncle Silver, so this will be better? Like, no, that's just who it is. That's just who the person is. I didn't like him before, but your point is true. Dr. Disrespect is it. Said Twilight Princess was good. Citizen Award Completionist. But yeah, don't talk to us like that. All hell, the Virtual Boy. Thinking the Virtual Boy is the best is my example of horrible. Greg gets gold. Sage. Sorry, man. Sorry, I have to cancel you. Oh, Sag. Wait. Silver gets Blaze. Far better choice. Greg Channel is a killer name. Channel Greg. Oh, I can be Channel Gregsome. Oh, that's controversy free. Sony's winding down Eternal use of development and Blu-ray. That's only for media stuff. That's only for like movies and music and stuff. But that'll eventually come to video games.
Your ideas are intriguing to me, and I wish.
James, thank you so much for the follow. We had a few follows recently, so thank you for any of the new follows if you happen to be here. Yeah. Let's wind down on something less controversial. So politics, huh? No. But that's I went on a little tangent about that, but I knew I had to say something. I knew I had to address it. I the entire week, while it was happening, I knew I didn't want to say anything because I wanted to see it develop. But then it's so funny how that situation was. Let's see how this develops, and then there was a giant explosion, and then it immediately was over because any questions that we had were already answered. So he came out himself and said, yeah, this all happened. Other than that, I don't really remember too much of what happened, right? I think the big football thing is happening, right? Which one is better, Mario or Wario? Mario has more curb appeal. Not to mention Mario is better to do things. If you see Mario doing something different, you're like, oh, look at that. Mario's a referee. If you see Wario as the referee, oh, he's trying to cheat something, which is actually not a bad idea either. I have no hope they aren't bots. So at the Universal Studios last week, there's not much really changed. Just some weird plumbers and a wizard were there. Italy got sent home by Switzerland. Keck W. Cheating is not a bad idea. Wait, when did I say that? Wait, I said that in 20,000 and 204? Oh my god, what is this, Warhammer era? So yeah, other than that, I don't really remember anything sort of happening over the week. I will tell you about my week. My week started out relatively well. I relaxed a little bit. Did I do anything the first weekend? I don't really think I did anything the first weekend. So like we streamed, and then we streamed on Saturday. I don't think we recorded before then. Then I just sort of vegetated. I sat around and I bought some stuff. I took care of some stuff in the house. I finally got the roof done, and I think it was dripping a little bit yesterday, but I think I need to have it all sealed over. So, Warhammer for SGB. So then, fast forward to Thursday. Let's fast forward to Thursday. So Thursday, I have to apologize. Trios isn't here, but I have to apologize to Trios once again, even though I did apologize already several times, and I'm going to apologize again. So Thursday, the plan was that I had off the week. That was why. So, Trios was going to go down to Center City, and I was going to meet him there. And then we were going to go and get ramen and hang out and relax, walk around a little bit, go to round one. Round one is there. I'm sitting at home, and I'm getting antsy, right? I'm like, too many games this tomorrow. People are starting to post pictures that they're already there. They're already going up. So I was like, I really kind of want to go. So I start making phone calls. I figure out a place that I can stay. I figure out a ride up, and I figure out someone to take care of Sage. I had someone to take care of Sage, but I needed to see if they could be here earlier. So like a start a day earlier. So I figure all of that out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going up to too many games. I don't want to be here. I'm I wanna be there. So I go up and I have a blast. I go up to the hotel and I hang out with a bunch of people. I'm up until like 1 or so, and just having fun. Exhausting day. No, I messaged Trios and I told him. But then what I told him was, because Trios was already up there. So I said, you know what? Don't come down to the city. I'm going to go up there, and then we'll go to dinner while I'm up there. So we went up there. We went up to the Asian. There's an Asian bistro place there. I had some very good General Tso's. That was delicious. It was spicy, but not too spicy. So we went up there. So I ended up meeting him. Just we didn't get ramen because there's no ramen there. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. And then Friday, woke up, got in the pool. I was in the pool for a little bit. That was nice, man. It's nice to get in the pool. Did I have a good date? We had a good date together. And then Friday, I woke up, went in the pool for a little bit. Got ready. John and everybody came up, so we met them, and we were just hanging out, and then it was good. From there, we had a really good convention. I'm able to get a guest badge. I'm not a guest, but I'm able to get a guest badge, which gives me access. Oh, I'll tell you my funny story. You're gonna like my funny story, Lilac. I think you'll like this one especially. So there's like a guest area in the convention where you can go to. It's off to the side. It's very quiet. They've got snacks and stuff in there, and a lot of the guests. That's where the guests go to hang out, and they sort of decompress. Like if you're doing a signing, for instance, and you need 20 minutes, or you take a half-hour break, you come back to the guest area. There's food there waiting for you. So I'm back there, and Baldur's Gate 3 people start showing up. Like all of the VAs, like they're switching out breaks and they're coming in, and I have no idea who most of these people are. So they're coming in and I'm seeing them, but I do see one that I recognize, which was Neil Newbon, Asterion. So Asterion comes in, Neil comes in, I should say, and then we're sitting there and everybody's just talking, everybody's just sort of relaxing and stuff. So there's the doors on one side that go outside. So he goes out to get a smoke, and as he's smoking, the door closes behind him. So I guess he doesn't realize it. So then at one point he tries to come back in and the door's locked. So there is Neil Newbon, Asterion, pawing at the door. He's doing this, and I got up and I opened the door for him, and then he comes in. He's like, "Oh, thanks." So it was kind of funny. That was my tweet. I tweeted on Friday, and I was like, I just like Asterion locked himself out, and I let him back in. And it was like just him pawing at the door. I have yet to play Baldur's Gate 3, but I've seen a bunch of clips, and I feel like it's the most Asterion thing that could have happened. He was great though. They were all really nice. I didn't really run into anybody that was terrible. I did see. I'm gonna give you 10% of a scoop. Are you ready? I'm gonna give you 10% of a scoop. I did see one person who they weren't raging or anything, but they were quite disappointed at how everything was organized. That's what I'll say. I won't say anything else to anybody else, but that's my secret, was that I did see one person that was talking to one of the people that works there, and they were kind of disappointed about how everything was, and you could tell they weren't Karening, but you can tell they were frustrated. That's all I'll say. Greg was the guy who asked for pictures just because everyone else was asking for them. The only time I did that, I'm not gonna lie to you, I did that once with Scott, with Scott the Waz. This was years ago when we had a big dinner that we went to, and everybody was getting a picture with Scott. So I was like, I'm sorry, everybody's kind of doing it. I got to do one too. Did you meet something? I heard he's hard to talk to. He's all right. Did you see or hear about the stall or seller that was selling? I did see that picture. That is, yeah. I mean, there's an interesting discussion there about the guy. I won't get into that, but we'll have to remember this sometimes. There's an interesting discussion about the guy game situation, and I'm kind of curious to have a discussion about that, but I don't want to do that now. To be fair, the way the con was handled was very poor this year. Was Scott when Scott 20? Scott was 21, I believe. It might have been 19. No, it was 21. 2021. Were they justifiably upset? Yes. I actually think that what they were upset about was was justifiable. I think that it was reasonable what they were saying. Especially since what they were saying I saw avoided with others. And it was understandable. I did see that Vanilla got a picture with you and Johnny. Oh yeah, we saw Vanilla. She's always adorable as always. I said that way on purpose, by the way. That sounded kind of weird, but it wasn't just one. There were a few apparently that had tweeted that tweet alerted the venue who shut that down. Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? I'm gonna say people use the term a bit way too lightly, but not inaccurate in this case. We appreciate your feedback, unless it's negative. We don't care. Oh, the guy game thing. Yeah, there were multiple copies being sold. Yeah. I'll hold the Gonzalez suit until afterwards. Oh, no problem, Flash. I'm hoping you're okay. Flash, stick around. I'm gonna show off my games and stuff after I finish telling you guys about the trip itself. Oh, that TMG. Oh, TMG shut that guy down? Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, really? The tweet alerted the venue not only to the game, but what it was. So they went, oh, I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that they shut that booth down. Yeah, I mean, they can do that if you're selling something unsavory. I mean, imagine if you were using your booth to sell, well, actually, I'm not imagining it. That's actually what happened. So, if you were using your booth to sell, something unsavory, let's say, or I would dare say wildly illegal. Yeah, that's such an interesting conversation there. Great. Now I'm lost. Don't worry, Griffin. I was being very, very vague on purpose. I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to hear getting clicks. So oh my God, this guy's spilling the tea about what happened at TMG. I'm like, no, just sort of letting you know what's going on. Yeah, it is illegal to sell. Plus, imagine if it got out TMG allowed. Yeah, I know that is kind of. I mean, I bought hentai at stalls. I mean, hentai, sort of a different beast. You know what I mean? Yeah, like imagine if you didn't know. That's the worst thing. Imagine if the seller didn't even know. Imagine if the seller went and looked up. Like imagine that, right? Somebody comes up with the game, with the guy game, and then says, "Listen, I have this game. It sells for a lot. I was wondering if you'd be interested in buying it." They look up the price and they say, "Yeah, it costs X amount. We'll pay you this much." They say, "Yeah." They put a sticker on it. They put it in the shelf. It sells, and at no point did they ever even know. You know what I mean? Like it's such a weird sort of thing where there's literally a path for them to say that we didn't know, but unfortunately, it's not an excuse. You are a vendor. You are somebody who should be in the know about this kind of stuff. Yeah, one of the girls for that game. Yeah, that's what ended up happening. They did this. So then Friday wraps up. Tons and tons of fun. And then Saturday rolls along, right? We were rolling to Saturday, and Saturday's very... I'm missing the best part. So Friday was the panel. So we did a big panel, and it was a Q&A panel. It was all four of us. We got to be up there. So they did a huge panel. We had a big giant room. It was awesome. It was hard to see everybody because the lights were blinding. like I'm talking to you guys right now, and I have my two lights in front of me, and these lights are at 8%. Right? These lights are right here. Hold on. These lights are at 8% of their total power. I'm gonna switch them up to 50%. How does that look? Does that look better? It's hard for me to see. This is what it was like. Oh my God, it's so bright. Yeah, these lights are great. I have the Elgato key lights. Yeah, solar flare. Calm down, Frieza. So yeah, the entire at one point we had to do something. We were looking at the crowd, and I had to block out the light in order to see. Caddy did a video on it a while back. Oh yeah, the guy game thing. So it was a terrific panel. Just tons and tons of fun. We did have a blast at one point because we had Calorie Mate. So there's a whole big story behind the Calorie Mate thing, but we had a bunch of Calorie Mate, which is those like food wafer things. I don't know what the hell they're for. I know they're a big thing in from Metal Gear. I guess Snake eats them in Metal Gear. And no, it's called Calorie Mate. I guess it's like some sort of food supplement. Yeah, it basically is, Latimer. It's basically dirt. It like crumbles in your mouth. It's terrible. Yeah, they're good for surviving in the jungle. There we go. Oof. So, but we also had like the drink and everything. Yeah, Calorie Mate. We also had the drink and everything. And like Calorie Mate drink, and there's a jelly sort of pouch thing. And then we had the bars. I did bring some. I do have some Calorie Mate. I have the one drink that I didn't try was the coffee flavored one, Cafe au lait or something. So I do have that, and I have one of those jelly packs. I ate the chocolate. So we didn't have the chocolate this time. We had the biscuit, the little cookie thing. You know what it looks like? It looks like, have you ever eaten all of the chocolate and caramel off of a Twix and you only have the bar left? It looks like that, but thicker. That's exactly what it looks like. So I did bring some. I do have some with me. So I was like, I'll probably, that was one of the bad ideas that I had. I mentioned a couple of bad ideas that I had. One of them was that I would have Calorie Mate on stream. Yeah, it was a chocolate flavored biscuit. That's the one that we had last year. I tried that last year. This one was like a regular flavored one. And then I had a fruity mix and I think a yogurt flavored Calorie Mate. It was terrible. What flavor is the jelly? Apple. All right, so how many there you go. That's my Oh my god. KH, that's actually not a bad idea. If I did a birthday stream with sub goals where at certain points I have to eat or drink, but I have to do like the whole thing. Yeah, the fruity mix. You know what the problem with the fruity mix one was? The fruity mix one, and I said this on stage too. There's a vomit aftertaste in the fruity mix one. And I don't know if it was because it was warm or what, but it had this sort of like, you drink it and you taste it, and then the aftertaste was, it'll like, you ever had that thing where you almost throw up a little bit in your mouth and then you kind of taste it in the back of your throat? It was like that. It was terrible. I'd feel bad, but not enough to not donate subs. Pukey. How many cheats there? I don't like cheesesteaks. Laxative stream. Whoa. Relax. I want to see a vendor show up with a bunch of fatty strange food from their hometown and just start eating it during questionings. British, so chocolate. But the panel was great. I appreciate everybody for that came out to that. And then John had his signing, so I hung out with him for a little while during the signing, and that went on for like 2.5 hours. And then Saturday, we went back to the hotel, hung out for a while. I watched them play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! And then Saturday was a pretty, hey, Fonz! Saw this guy a couple times. I saw Fonz get beat up. Currently at the airport. Did the panel get recorded? So apparently they were streaming the entire event. If you go to Too Many Games website, their YouTube channel, go to day one, there is a small chunk of the stream of the panel there. I don't know if they're going to upload the whole panel. I thought that's what they were doing, but there is a chunk of the panel up there, so you can at least see us on stage. The panel was covered by Steve Blum. Oh, could you imagine? Yeah, it was only like a snippet of the panel, so I don't know if they have the whole thing. I really hope I should probably contact them or talk to John and have them contact them and see if they can find the whole panel. CT, thank you so much for the 5 bits. And I know, hold on, let me get this out of the way now because I'm going to forget. And I owe a Gonzalez too. So we'll get that out of the way. And then I'll talk about Saturday. あゴンザレス俺は強い俺からシルバーポイントyay! So I got that done. I missed the signing. I didn't want to make the others wait to eat. Was gonna get Johnny to sign my 14 book with the short stories. You should have stuck around, or well, I don't know, should have popped around on Saturday if you would have found them. My wallet hurts, and I haven't even arrived in Vegas. Well, Vegas is great because now you can win all your money back. Put it all on green 00 for me, right? There you go. Found it. The stream only has a portion of the BSC stuff with him and Ryan. No, we had a separate stream later, so it is definitely up. I watched the snippet. It's definitely up there, but it's only like a few minutes at most. I think it was very, very short. My wallet hurts, and I didn't even go. So Saturday, we wake up. I have a very terrible breakfast at the hotel, and then. The breakfast. I mean, the waffle's always good, right? They always have like a fresh waffle thing where you like a waffle iron and you pour the batter in. Later, Fonz, have a good one. It was great to see you. I won't. Unfortunately, it'll probably be a year before I see you again, unless you go to MagFest. But it's free. Would I say there were good deals? I got some stuff that was okay. I thought it was fine. I think the problem is if you want to buy anything that is relatively known, you're gonna pay a fortune. But if you're buying some sort of like stuff that's kind of okay, like I think you can get away with some decent stuff. I'll show you. I got my stuff here, and I got the prices for most of them. I didn't buy too many things. I didn't buy too many games. But I did get a couple of donations. So, certain portion of my video feed while I get dinner ready for myself. It's gonna be not particularly towards the end of the video, but I do think that our panel was one of the last panels, so it's going to be at least in like the last third of the stream, because the stream video for Too Many Games, it's like a 10-hour. They basically streamed all day or something. Get a sausage McMuffin from across the street. So yeah, but Saturday was fine. Very, very busy. It was. That's one thing I'm gonna say about Saturday. 'Cause I didn't go Sunday. Sunday morning I woke up and we left. We left after breakfast. It was busier than I think I've ever seen it. It was more when we got there Friday. We had to park far away in order to get in. I walked Saturday, so I wasn't with anybody in a car there. But it was busier and more crowded than I've ever seen it. And the thing is, it was the whole hall again. It's sectioned off. It's got a bunch of different smaller halls. And a few years ago was the first time they ever had the entire building. With the entire building, it was still pretty crowded. I mean, there were some spots that were kind of empty, and then there were some spots that were very, very jammed up. It does kind of break my heart a little bit because it does feel like they're outgrowing the convention center. And they're outgrowing the area. In all honesty, if that area had 2 more full-size hotels, they would still all be rented out. Because the amount of people that I talked to that wouldn't go because they couldn't get a hotel room or were at a hotel that was 5 miles away and 10 miles away, they would sell out at least another hotel. So it does feel like they're starting to sort of outgrow that convention center. My problem is, the next logical place for them to go is Philadelphia. But Philadelphia, it's closer. But the hotels are way more expensive. And I don't like the area. If I'm being completely honest, one thing I like about Too Many Games where it is that area is basically for the convention center. Like, there's other stuff there. But when you walk from the convention center to the hotels, it still feels like you're at the convention. The people that you see are very nerdy, and it still feels like you're kind of there. It's not like MagFest. MagFest, you're completely in the convention the entire time. But when you go to Philly, if you leave the convention center, you're just in Philadelphia, right? And it's a bunch of normies that that don't like us for being us. I bought too many games. I said post. $200 to get a GBA with modest screens, EverDrive. Oh wait, for what game? I spent 4 hours waiting to get my art print signed by Neil Newbon. You can get good deals from good sellers, from nice sellers, but that takes a lot of work. Looking at the stream, this feels more like a summer gaming event than whatever Jeff thinks he's doing. The fact that we have panels and booths. Oh, yeah, it's been that way for a long time. Hi, Box High. There you go. You're good. But yeah, and then Saturday night, we went back to the room. We were hanging out. Did we go to dinner on Saturday? We didn't go to dinner. I forget where I went. Who was I with? I was with somebody on Saturday. Not like that. Holy crap! I forget how. I know I was with John for a little bit. I forget who I was walking with, but we went back and then we got some pizzas and stuff, and I'm doing good. Sage is doing well enough. You know, Sage always makes me kind of sad because you know he's getting old, but. Too Many Games looks like a YouTuber. It basically is. It's Marcos. That's really what it was. That was why a lot of people were kind of worried about the whole thing with the guests, because all of the guests were VAs charging for autographs, and it kind of worried everybody because that's what Too Many Games was always like. That Too Many Games was always a very content creator heavy event because it was relatively smaller. And that was a good way for them to get in. And now it's kind of, I think it's growing beyond that. Like, it was crazy. They had a security firm. Like, they normally have defenders, which are the volunteers that help out. I think most of them are volunteers, and then I think there might be some paid ones, but for the most part, that's what it always is. They had actual security teams this year. Like security guards. I don't think they had guns or anything, but they were legit security guards, making sure that you had your badges to go into certain areas. The panels had mods. Every panel had a person that was there, that it was their job to make sure that the line moved along. I usually go to help John with his signings because people want to take pictures and stuff. So I always, I hand things off. I take the pictures. They had a person that was there specifically for that. So I left really quick. I was like, well, I'm not needed here. It was kind of wild. Isn't that normal for a convention? Not for Too Many Games. That's my point. Too Many Games has never had that. This was the first year that they had a completely like security group. Like, it was kind of wild. Not just at the door either. Not just like metal detectors and guys at the door. I mean that for the guest area, there was a guy in a security shirt waiting. For some of the back room areas, there were guys in security shirts, like making sure that people did. It was wild. I couldn't believe how much. And I didn't feel bad. I wasn't like, oh, I feel like this is like dystopian future or something. Dystopia con. It was strange. It was strange for, like Big Buff Dude. Like, he wasn't tall, I would say, but he clearly worked out. The one that I'm thinking of, he clearly worked out. But he was very much like, if you even went to the door, he was, oh, I gotta see your badge. So we show him a badge. Like, I showed that guy my badge 10 times over the weekend. It was crazy. What's this? Too Many Games used to be about selling booths, if I recall. Well, the vendor floor used to be the biggest thing. The vendor floor was always the biggest thing. I would argue now that the vendor floor was equally sized. I think the only thing that was legit smaller as far as area, I think the only thing that was smaller than the vendor floor was maybe the table. Oh, no, because the tabletop area was kind of big too. Maybe the arcade, ironically enough. I don't think the arcade was that much bigger. It was wild. It was wild how big it's getting. And it's unfortunate. I don't mind. I'm glad that it's growing, and I'm glad that everybody is having fun, and now more people can have fun. But because of all of that, it was crazy exhausting. Where would they even host a convention if TMG has outgrown the current venue? The next logical step is the Pennsylvania Convention Center. It's the one in Philadelphia. That's a massive convention center, like absurdly gigantic. They wouldn't even take all of it. All of TMG, as big as it is now, would be like maybe half of the other convention center. Like, it is that big. But I don't want to go there. I don't want to go to Center City, Philadelphia. The good thing is it's much closer. Like, I can get there really easily. So I could go and come back home, and then it'd be fine, right? I could have people stay at my house, and then the convention could be here. I just don't want to do that. I like being at the convention for the weekend. That's fun to me. I expected a bigger space for arcade games, and again, there were a lot of tournaments. The problem with arcade games is that you have to actually get the machines there, and if the companies that are offering them or the people that are offering them don't want to go through the work of bringing them there, you don't get them. So it ends up being a lot. Like building an arcade room is a lot of work at a convention, so I get that. How was the SUV panel? It was great. We were talking about it earlier. It was great. It was fantastic, man. I was very moved. I'd never been up there to sort of do that in that capacity, especially not in that size. Are there solutions? Yes, but I don't like them. Well, AGM, it's not even that I don't like them. It just presents more problems. One of the biggest problems, like I said, with TMG moving to Center City, Philadelphia, is that the hotels are massively more expensive. They are probably double what it costs to get a hotel up there. So right off the bat, your expenses go through the roof if you plan on staying there, which again, I have the fortunate ability to not have to stay there, but it is a different experience when you're just going back and forth from a convention, to and from a convention. But then for the people that come from out of town, you can't afford it. It's way too much money. Will there be an actual video of the panel? No, nothing by us. We didn't bother because we thought that it was just the Q&A, but we didn't bother because we thought that they were going to record everything. So I'm hoping they have everything recorded. And the other problem, of course, is like I said, when you leave the con at too many games, you still feel like you're at too many games. When you leave the con at Center City, Philadelphia, you're back in Center City, Philadelphia. You're back with normal people who look at you like you're a weirdo because you're carrying a giant plush anime girl or something. Which, it's not weird, right? That's normal. That's what normal people do. I'm on YouTube. All 3 days of TMG is there. Are the full panels, though, Ronan? That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the full panels are actually up there because the day one TMG video is just a snippet of the panel. Is that weird in Philly? Yeah, it kind of is. In Center City, Philadelphia, you'd probably fit in better if you pulled your pants down and peed in the street. That's probably... YouTubers didn't. Oh wait, only the ones from shows. YouTubers didn't get. Oh no. So I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to John and see if he can contact them. Maybe they have it archived. Well, not archived, but like maybe they did have it recorded, and maybe they can get us the recording. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, and that was Saturday. So Saturday, I left the convention and we went back to the hotel. We were hanging out. We went upstairs. We were playing 8-player Smash Bros. It was tons of fun there. Just overall a really good experience. Woke up Sunday, had terrible breakfast, and then came home. And then I was, I'll be honest. I'm gonna level with you. I had a ton of fun, which also kind of meant that normally you get the post-con blues. The thing about con blues is that the buildup is gradual. Right? As the week goes on, you're like, all right, man, I got to get my stuff ready. I'm going to the convention. I'm going to decide what we're going to do. I'm going to go. We're going to have fun. And I'm going to, who am I going to hang out with? And what am I going to do? What am I going to see? And it's a buildup. And then all of a sudden, you get in a car and you drive away. And then it's immediately over. You know what I mean? Like, imagine you build up to this. If you ever watched a movie and there's a big, giant buildup. And oh my God, who's the villain? There's so much controversy. The action's incredible. And then all of a sudden at the end, it's like, oh, by the way, that guy did it. And then the movie's over. And you're like, ow, what the hell was that? And that's kind of what it was for me. I got home and I was like super, like legit sad. It wasn't even like, oh man, I kind of wish I was still at the convention. It was like, damn, then you got to go back to work. And Gamer, the funny thing is, even if I didn't have to go back to work the next day, I would think, this sucks, man. I was like, this morning I was having fun, and now I'm not. And now I'm not having fun. And it really hit hard. And I think part of the reason it hit hard was because I had so much fun. 14 people go for one high. Yeah, that's 14. You go home and you're playing 14 now. The 14 people. It's like an anime where the protagonist F's off and leaves their friends behind. Somebody said Minority Report. Did you think Minority Report just ended? I don't know. I like that movie. I didn't think it just ended. Harry kills Dumbledore, tells Harry in book 3. Oh, the worst day of a vacation is always the last day when you return home. I found a little bit of the BSC panel. Oh, brother. Well, he can. I'm telling you, he can start a band with Drake. But yeah, so that was basically my convention experience. Like I said, just a blast. I recommend that con to anybody. I always think it's really fun. I think especially if you like YouTubers and stuff, I think it's a great place to interact with people. They're very no one feels like they're up on a pedestal, right? The VAs, to an extent, the VAs kind of do, because they had these big giant lines and they felt like they were sort of up on a pedestal, but usually that's not the case, especially not with the YouTubers and all. So it's a fun experience. If you ever get a chance to go to a convention, I think TMG is probably, I think retro gaming wise, I think TMG is one of the biggest ones outside of Portland and maybe Retro Palooza. What's the one in Texas? Retro Palooza? To be fair, I haven't seen Minority Report in a long time. To be fair. I'm home. I have to go back to my mundane life. And Marcos. And it's, I have to go back to my mundane life where nothing extraordinary happens, right? Nothing out of the ordinary happens. But that's immediate. It's not like the Saturday night before you come home and you think, oh man, tomorrow I have to go back. When you get home, it immediately feels that way. When you get in the car and you drive away, you're like, I'm already not at the convention anymore. And it kind of makes you feel sad. What day was the SGB panel? That was Friday. It was Friday at 6:30 p.m. was our panel. So it'll probably be in the last third of the stream coverage for that day. I know it's only a chunk of it, though. You recommend it because we can meet you. Well, that's true, too. That's true. All right, so what did I get? Let's go over the stuff that I got technically for free. Except one of them. I have to show one later. So those. Oh, and I bought. Hang on. Let me get this over here. Okay. It's not there. I was looking at it. Hold on. Because you guys are saying it's not there. Hold on. I know that it's there, but I know that I watched a chunk of it, and it was very, very little. Here. Oh wait, it's right there. Hold on. Okay. Copy. Paste. Try right there. Just give it a second. Like hit play and then give it a second, and it should switch over. If that timestamp is correct, it should be right there. All right. Let me know if that's right. TMG is a con I wish to visit when I go to the U.S. again. All right, so I think that's everything except one. I have one thing that I got as a donation, as a donation, yeah, but I'll save that for the end because that's a funny story. So I saw, I want to say it was Naka. I met them and they had a bunch of games that they were giving out to people because they were games that they didn't want. That was one of my bad ideas. I almost had a bad idea. So they had a short stack of games that they were giving away. And it was to everybody. They were just like, yeah, if anybody wants any of those games, let me know. It's not a trade or anything. So I took one game that looked interesting to me. 8 minutes. Okay, so yeah, so the whole thing was like 50 minutes. We had about an hour of panel, but they only put like 8 minutes up there. So the stream cuts between so there might be more. So Cheshire, there might be more to the stream. I don't know why they would have done that, but I got Life is Strange True Colors. This was a freebie. So thank you to I think his name was Naka. Thank you for that. I never got to play any of these games, and I wanted to play them. I've heard mixed things about this one in particular. I better see Elden Ring. You're not gonna see Elden Ring. I'm sorry you have to experience that. Yeah, I mean it was free. I'm curious to give it a shot, and if this is the worst of these games, then I should start at the bottom, right? Shouldn't I play the worst one so they just get better? Oh yeah, Shesh, you were at the panel. This I actually got, I believe it was Suave that gave me these. Suavo. Was Castlevania Lord of Shadows for the PS3 and the Metroid Dread pin, which I don't remember where this was from. I'm pretty sure I don't have this, but I don't remember where this was from. Yeah, gift the game is always appreciated. But this was Suave, I believe. So thank you to Suave for these. I'm pretty sure it was these two. Oh, so the other thing about this. Was Lord of Shadow any good? I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm kind of glad maybe they'll make PS5 work with PS3 games and then it'll be easier to play. That's the GameStop pre-order pin. So I definitely don't have that pin. My first bad idea was this game. The person that gave me that gave it to me, that he had a bunch of other games. I didn't take it, but John took it, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why he took it, but I might have to borrow it from him. He did take Gollum, so technically, we could play Gollum on the stream, and that was my first bad idea. Was like, oh my god, should I play Gollum on the stream? Do you not remember Gollum? Then I thought, SGB, what if my first game is purposely terrible? So and the idea of why would you want to play a bad game on stream? I would ask you to go and look at the Mega Man X6 videos. People are loving those videos. So yeah, the thing from the guy from Lord of the Rings. Is it Gollum of the games of all time? Oh, it definitely is. So I might try to convince them to let me play Gollum. Imagine if that's my first game. If that's the first game. I'm going to probably borrow it from him. I should have borrowed it from him. I'm going to borrow it from him and get that. Why would you want to play a bad game on stream? Anyway, why don't you play Sonic 06? Gollum is that game where the reactions to Gollum's face popped off for like a week on Twitter. Yeah, the Mega Man X6 playthrough is hysterical. I think your PC. Oh well, it's the PS5 version, so my PS5 will have to accept it. So that was my first bad idea. My other bad idea, which would have panned out if the game wasn't expensive. This game, I thought about buying a game. Streamer learned audiences like watching streamers suffer. Oh, they sure do. That's why Wordy keeps suggesting Elden Ring. The other bad idea that I had was I tried to buy the game, and the game was 100 and it was 105 was the cheapest one I saw. I think 120 was the most expensive one I saw. I did consider buying Twilight Princess on the Wii U. I did consider buying it, and just to like, because I've said before, if I ever played it on stream, it would be the Wii U version, because that I believe is the GameCube version. So it's the map is the right way. I don't need because that's the problem, is that even if I were to be coerced into playing Twilight Princess, I only have the Wii version, and the Wii version has the motion controls, and I don't feel like dealing with that. I'd rather just play with a straight up controller. But The Wii U, it was $115. I kept seeing it was like the first couple that I saw, and then I saw one for 110, 105, and then I think I saw one for 120. It's like, why is this so expensive? It would be worth more. Yeah, that's the thing. And it's going to be worth more, so I was like, I should probably get it. The problem is it won't be worth more if the game comes out on Switch, or when it does. We were so close without memory cards. The Wii U is based off the game. Yeah, the Wii U version is based off the GameCube version. So I would do that. I think that would be the version that I would want to play. And I was like, this is my opportunity to buy it. And then that would be another like sub goal. just to be no, I don't think I would make that a sub goal. I think that would be like I'm gonna shock everybody by doing something crazy. That'll be the Christmas, that'll be the December playthrough, and that'll be your Christmas gift is me playing Twilight Princess. You just soft mod your Wii and get it online. Or emulation. Nah, I would want a legit copy. For that, I would want a legit copy. Yeah, look, everybody, you could mod your Wii U. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Let's see what happens. I did mod my PSP finally, and that's pretty awesome. Midnight Alone I've played Twilight Princess. I've played it before. Trust me, I'm not saying that out of non-experience. I still have my copy, so I'll keep my $100. In fact, Twilight Princess is not. You should mod the Wii U. Where can I buy a PS Vita? Too Many Games. I saw tons of Vitas at Too Many Games. I also tried to buy PSP 3000, and I found them for relatively decent prices, and every time I went back, they were gone. I found one person that had a Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and then I left, and when I came back, it was already gone. Like, I came back 10 minutes later, and it was already gone. I bought my Vita online. I actually like Tattle more. Hero mode on Twilight HD is based on Wii mapping, since Link is left-handed and the world is mirrored. Yeah, I should have grabbed it. If I regretted not buying anything, it was that. I also could have bought Paper Jam. There were a lot of people that had Paper Jam, but I was like, I think I'd rather I'll wait on that one. I know I won't. If Paper Jam was on Switch, I would have bought it, but I know I don't want to play my 3DS. But that's why that was a 3DS problem. If you're getting Twilight Princess HD, you should also get a Ganon amiibo so you can scan it to get double damage. Oh, and I gotta buy amiibos? You have a spare copy of Xenoblade. How do you have a spare copy of Xenoblade 2? Xenoblade Chronicles 2 too slow. Yeah, that's what I was. Then I got this was $15. I got trial. It's in a GameStop case. That's the problem. But I got Trials of Mana. So, come on, you can do it. There you go, sort of. So I got Trials of Mana. I was like, you know what? I can have this. I think I have every Mana game. So even though I've literally never beaten any one of them, I'm pretty sure I've started every single Mana game and never finished them all. So I now have Trials of Mana, so I can start this one and not finish this one either. Do we have a Silver Greg amiibo? Oh my god, I wish they had that. They used to have that. They used to have like the 3D booth where they would 3D scan you and then they would make a figure out of you, and they didn't have anything like that. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is a good game. Hey, how do you know? You hated a lot. I thought you hated Xenoblade Chronicles games. I thought you said that they were terrible and Final Fantasy 16 was better. I distinctly remember you saying that. I hate the first game. Xenoblade 2 is my favorite one. Hating 1 but not 2 is a wild take to me. The second game is good though. Xenoblade 2 has boobies. Oh, I should have gotten it. You're like me with the Tales games. I've played a number of Tales games but only finished one. You have finished one more Tales game than I have Mana games. They make a bobblehead of yourself sponsored by State Farm. Oh my god. God, there was that booth there. Oh my God, Cheshire, you're right. There was a booth there, but they were ugly. They were like, it was like a generic bobblehead and it had your face on it. Oh yeah, you're right. I got Bayonetta 3. I know that people are sort of like back and forth on this game. I hear the action's very good. What is it? The action is good, but the story is so-so. So I mean, as long as the action's good, that's really all I care about. Bayonetta 1 and 2, I was more surprised at how interesting I thought. 2 in particular, I thought was more interesting. But the action was great. That's really all I care about. People didn't like the ending of Bayo 3. Gameplay good, story bad, aka Metroid Other M. I'm sorry you have to experience Bayo 3. So it's a Bayonetta game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, the stories for Bayonetta games, I didn't find them atrocious or anything, but I was always like, yeah, it's fine. It's there. It's a reason to see Bayonetta be Bayonetta, you know, and do all kinds of crazy stuff and get naked and whip you with her hair, which, I mean, what's wrong with that? People didn't like Bayonetta 3. Okay. Okay, I'm not kidding. Oh, no. This one is new. This is a new sealed game I got for $25, so I'm very happy for this one. Finally. I finally got Live Alive. Or Live Alive. I'm excited to play this game. I've been really wanting to play this one for a while. Sealed! I love that it had... Someone claimed that Bayonetta was sexualized in a game and it just purrs online doing it. Bayo 3 does not run good. It doesn't run well. Uh-oh. Maybe Gold. Maybe I'll save it for the Switch 2 then. Maybe the Switch 2 will run it better. Good game alert. Great game to play. Gameplay over a story person. I like Sly 4 over Sly 3. Bayo 1 is good, but borderline unfair. Sealed. I want to make like the seal noise. I need a seal button that makes seal noises. These you're gonna. I know that this isn't everybody's cup of tea. You should play Live Alive for SGB. Interesting. I wonder how long it is. I might be too long of a game. I would play it first. I would play it myself first, and then I would walk everybody through the game. I think that's the best way to do those. Not to do blind runs. These are not everybody's cup of tea, but I've been talking about playing one of these games for a while. Any advice for 100% zero mission? Don't. You would have to ask John about that. I don't 100% games typically. So, I ain't moments. They always give you half a second to react and an autosave before making the whole thing a moot time waster. Design is a gotcha. Live Alive is surprisingly short for an RPG because it's more several short RPGs combined. Okay, so I know these aren't everybody's cup of tea, but I've been wanting to play one for a while just to sort of see what they're like. Which are, I got Modern Warfare and I got Black Ops 3. They were cheap, $10 and $8. So I was like, okay, I'll get these games. I can give them a shot. I know that I know for the Black Ops 3 in particular, there's probably a lot of extra zombie content and stuff, but I don't know how much stuff I'll have to get. I don't know if this is like a later version. It does have everything on it. So did I buy the expanded storage? Not yet. I do need to buy the expanded storage. Did it come with Mountain Dew, Doritos, and Taco Bell? Let's see if it came with any. It came with the bonus Nuketown multiplayer map in 3, and then I've got a code for. Holy smokes! Wait, I have a code for Mega XP. The code expires October 25th of this year. Technically, this code should still work unless it was already used. That's funny. I didn't even realize that. Does BO3 have any codes? All it has is the Nuketown multiplayer map. And then there's another code in here, but that's long expired. That's funny. I never knew about Proc's Death Chat and COD. It makes me want to play. It's so much fun. So that's that. So I got... Get ready. Here we go. I know one of you is going to be very excited. Do you have that Doom Eternal code? What Doom Eternal? I have Doom Eternal. I have it on Steam. I know I'm about to make one person very excited. I finally got Atelier Ryza, the first one in particular. But an Atelier. See, I can't really say it's my first Atelier game because I have the two of the 3 Iris games. Do I have the third one? Oh, I do. I have the 3 Iris games on PS2. So Finally, yeah. The thigh game. It's like Ark Knights. It's like a single player game, right? Or is it a multiplayer? Wait, is it a turn based RPG? Actually, no, real time battles. So yeah, I this one is this the most that I paid for a game? It might be the most. I think I paid 45 for this. 45. So this is the most expensive game I bought. Not the most expensive thing I bought, but I didn't really go too crazy. Loads of DLC for Rise 2. Yeah, I saw that there were like costume DLCs and everything. Whenever I would look at it on the store, on the digital store, there was always a bunch of little things to buy for it. I'm sure you're gonna have a great time. They're great games. I watched the anime. I thought the first season of the anime was fantastic. Oh, yeah, so you're saying it. So if you were interested in zombies, you would have to buy 4 other maps plus the Zombies Chronicles DLC. All right, that was my only thing, Ronan, was I didn't want to buy, because I saw some people that had BO3, and they were like $20 and $25 and $30. And I'm like, I don't know what the DLC situation is, so I was looking for a cheap one. And I found that one for $8. I was like, at the very least, I can play the story, and I can give that a try, because I think you said that one has a story mode. And then I can buy the zombie stuff if I need to buy the zombie stuff. These, the Modern Warfare, these are the ones that I really wanted to play the story, because I've seen some of the story bits with Ghost and Soap and Price and all of that, and I was like, I really want to play those games. Rise 1 is also locked 30 on PS5 and not even 4K. I was trying to find it on the Switch, and I couldn't find any of the Atelier games on the Switch. Need to head to the pharmacy to pick up some stuff so you don't make it before you head off. It was great to hang out with you again. Hope the rest of your days are going. Thank you, Lurk Ninja. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for all the love and support. And we'll be going for another couple hours. So if you get back from the pharmacy in time, be sure to pop back in. Mr. L, thank you so much. In the hunt with a Twitch Prime sub. Subscribe for 52 months. Just bought 2 new kittens. They're still terrified of me. That'll change. At least they have each other. Modern Warfare 1 is an amazing story. Black Ops 3 is fine, but it's a bit try-hard with its commentary. It's the game with no rush. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been looking forward to trying. I was going to get 2, Modern Warfare 2, and 3, somebody had Modern Warfare 3, but that's still a brand new game, so it was $55 and $60. So I was like, I'm not going to worry about that. But Modern Warfare 2 I kept seeing, but it was like 30 and 35. And I kept thinking, you know what? What if I don't like the game? I don't want to. So I'll wait and play this one first. Is Ghost the dude giving the bruh face in the van that's using him in? Yeah, but he's got the skull mask on. So he's not really. He's somehow like, that's not the game with that scene, but that's the character that's doing it. Oh, yeah. Isn't that Modern Warfare 2? So yeah, but I got the Atelier Rise game. I'm excited to play that one. That's probably going to be the first game that I jump into, even though maybe it should be live. So then there's this one. These are the last 2 games that I got. One of these. Okay, so here's what happened. Okay, I'm walking through the convention for the final time. I'm literally at the back, and I walk through the arcade area, and I say, I'm doing one more pass, and that's it. So I go and I walk, and I zigzag through, and I look for something to buy. And there was a game that I saw pop up a couple of times, and I said, all right, if I can find it cheap, if I can find it well enough price, I'm going to buy it. I kept trying to find it for the Switch, and I think only one person had it, and they were charging way too much. So I said, all right, it's on PS4, so I can get it on PS4. So I ended up finding it for $20. And it is Dragon Quest 11, right? 11. I've been wanting to play this. I played the demo on the Switch, so I enjoyed the demo. It was like 10 hours long, which is, I thought about it. I was like, oh, I'll have to start the game over, but I don't mind because that'll refresh my memory on how to play the game. Gold, I'm glad you said that. So, hold on, Gold. Hold on. We're getting there. So, it's OG Modern Warfare 3. So I'm like, okay, awesome. You know, I'll play it. I know that there's some extra content apparently, but whatever. I didn't realize it was the vanilla version, and somebody mentioned it. So I get back to the hotel, and someone says that they have a game that they wanted to give me. So I get back to the hotel and they give me a game. So he hands me the game. And I immediately go like this. And I'm kind of laughing, right? I'm kind of laughing while he does it. And the guy's thinking, oh my God, I made some sort of mistake. Like he thinks that he did something wrong. He thinks that he screwed up. Like, I don't know if he thought I was triggering him or like the game, I hated the game or something. I'll give you 3 guesses as to what he hands me. Balan Wonderworld. I'll give you 3 guesses. The guy game. Elden Ring. Wordy, damn it. I was like, and then I told him, I said, no, it's fine. It's just, I literally just bought this game as the final thing. And then he explained to me that, yeah, this is the definitive version. It's the Peggy version. Wait, CT, what did that block? Did you say pegging version? Wait, what? So this is the definitive version. And I don't think the PS4 is not region free, not region locked, right? So this is the definitive version. Dragon Quest 11S definitive edition. Oh, I put a dot between them. Okay, there we go. Same game, same dot game. Okay, yeah. So this is the definitive version of the game. This is the one. That's why I told you to hold off on a second, because I did end up getting the definitive version. So this is the version that I'm gonna play. So I did get those. Those were all the games that I got. But that was just a funny scenario that had happened. I thought that was hysterical. Back after the one, the villain just says killing a child for no reason. It's not made as a 2D skin, but the entire game was rebuilt in 2D. Yeah, we did when we did the demo for Switch, that had the 2D stuff in it, and it was great. I thought that there was time. The thing is, I won't play it that way. For the first time, I won't play it that way. It ain't region. Yeah, they're not region locked. Apparently, the PS5, I believe, is region locked, but the PS4 is not. So the Peggy version should work fine. I think I have another Peggy game, so I'm pretty sure that they work. I mean, worst comes to worst, I do have the vanilla version, but how does the 3D cutscenes work? Oh, as far as I know, I think it goes into 3D mode for the cutscenes, or they just play out as text with 2D. I think. I got a couple of stickers. I'm kind of bummed out about this one because I can't remember the booth that I got it from, and I didn't think about it until later that I wish I could get this on a coffee mug. I got a little Sleepy Peridot. I think that she's hysterical. I had with the stick in her hair, like she was sleeping in the bushes for some reason. I think that she's hilarious this way. I was looking at it later and I was like, damn, I wish I got a coffee mug with this. If I could get like a 10-ounce coffee cup with this, I would be very, very happy. And the other one, so this is the sticker that made me buy a sticker in the first place, and then they were 2 for $5, so I bought the Peridot one, which I think I was going to buy anyway. This is the one that got my attention and made me want to buy a sticker in the first place.
Your ideas are intriguing to me, and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter.
And give me 1 second here. Is it Daisy themed? Yeah, hold on. Okay. Peridot the green gremlin. Japanese like a dragon Gaiden. Gaiden works on my PS5 EU, so maybe case by case. Look at her. I couldn't. I walked by and I was looking at the stickers, and this is just hysterical to me. I was like, this game, and they had a marina that was similar, but like was making a different face. I didn't like them. I should have bought it just because it's marina, but I didn't like it anywhere near as much as I like this one. So I was like, okay, I absolutely have to buy this sticker, and that was when I was like, okay, I gotta buy the Peridot also. But I turned around on her. I actually did turn around on liking her. Oh, Basically, we got DLC. The PlayStation 5 hardware isn't region locked, but any available add-on content is tied to a regional PlayStation store. If you got the DLC, it has to be for the same region as the game. Okay, that's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, I thought she was hilarious. Yeah, Pearl was a slow burn. And when she I don't know if she was my favorite, but I did come around to her and I was like, she's a great character. I do like her. All right. And the priciest thing I got was, it was like $65 or $70 or something. I have been saying for years I wanted to get one of these and I could never decide. And you know what? I think the problem was I knew which one I wanted. I just wanted so many other ones. I didn't want to get like buyer's remorse and like, man, I should have bought that other one. I was looking at them this time and I was like, nah, I have to buy this one. This has to be the one that I buy. Because I have I don't know if I've ever told you this. I got a Square. I got one of those pixel art shadow box things where they're like laser cut images, and then it's like a game screen, but it has depth to it. So I got this, which is I'm trying to line it up perfectly. They had tons of them. They had some Final Fantasy VI ones. They had Super Metroid with the title screen. They had Super Metroid with Samus standing on the gunship. They had like they had the Legend of Zelda title screen. They had a bunch of them. They have an ActRaiser one, which is crazy. Chrono Trigger one. They have a Chrono Trigger one that's beautiful. Several of them, but I had to get this one. I don't know if I've said it before. I have a strong affinity for this particular screen, which is why I think it's so wild that they even made one of these, like made this thing in it. I think this was, I don't know. I think this like highlights my sense of video games just in general. This is it. Everything I think about when I think about video games is this. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And I think about that in any game where there's a threat and I need to protect myself. And it's interesting because the way I protect myself is that I play the game better. Oh, here's a specific vendor. Did you find a vendor that what's their name, Cheshire? Because it's not, I have links blocked, so it's not going to let you post the link. Is it the sticker or is it this? Because this, I have a card for them. I just don't know where oh wait, I have a card for them here. Video Game Shadowbox. Video Game Shadowbox. That's them there. Yeah, so videogameshadowbox.com. It's all one word, obviously. That's who I got this from. But yeah, I've always had a strong affinity for literally that screen. And so I said, you know what? I'm finally going to get one of these. I'm not really buying anything else that's super expensive, so that's going to be the most expensive thing that I buy there. And it was great. I was very, very happy. Oh, you got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's them. My only gripe with them, I feel like I want to tell them next year if I see them. I don't like the fact. Yeah, look at the Chrono Trigger ones. They're beautiful. They bring the same ones every year, and I feel like they're not making like these Cowboy Bebop ones that are. If you click that link and go to the website, these Cowboy Bebop ones, this Earthbound one, I don't think I saw this there. They have a bunch on the website that they don't bring. I've said before, I think I told them before, if you do anything for Final Fantasy Tactics, just send me one. Just charge my credit card and send me one because I want it. And it's weird that they don't bring more of them, and I don't like that. Like, they don't bring different ones. Bring some of the different ones so that we can see. Like, some of these are incredible, but you don't ever really see them. Yeah, Tara with her hair down. Like some of those are great. That one in the Epoch is nice. The one in the courtroom, the one with them around the campfire at the forest, like those Chrono Trigger ones specifically. Like some of them are fantastic, but I kind of wish they did some different ones. The dude doesn't have an online shop. You got to PayPal him. That makes sense. To be honest, Gold, I know that sounds kind of scammy. I know people don't really like that, but the truth is a lot of them sort of do that. You know, you PayPal them or you Venmo them. Like that was one thing that was there. There was one vendor where I guess their credit card machine thing wasn't working. So they said that it either had to be cash or Venmo or PayPal. So that's different because you're getting your item right then and there. But I don't think that's too weird. I love that they did GameCube ones. I'd like Luigi's Mansion title screen for Halloween. Yeah, I think some of them would be kind of interesting, but they never really have different ones, so that's always kind of a bummer. But thankfully, that Zelda one that I got is always there, so I'm happy to finally have gotten that. And I think that's it. I don't think I really got anything else. Oh, I have my I don't have it on me. It's over my bag. My badge. The badge was okay. I thought they were kind of okay. Tetris 99 time. It's one thing I wonder about going to a convention. Do you need to carry cash with you, or do they all take credit cards? So now most of them take credit cards. They use those little Square Pay things, the little white whole reader thing, and they do that. So most of them took credit cards. That guy said that his card machine was broken at the time, so that was why they were doing that. Or at least that's what he said. For all I know, it was scamming everybody. But cash, I think cash is a really good thing to have. I think it's just easier. Not to mention, I like cash because I feel like I'm more likely to make a deal with cash. If I say, hey, this is $30, can I get this? Do you think we can bump it down to 25? And then I pull out a 20 and a 5. It's like, okay, that works. Maybe that was all I had or something. I feel like getting a deal and then using a credit card, like I'm good with it. I'm okay with doing it. I don't mind, but I know a lot of people sort of feel weird about that, and then then they use a credit card. They could have paid the full price anyway, but I'm good with that. But yeah, I always recommend cash. I always recommend it, especially because you don't know if it's a very small convention, they might not have those credit card readers. If they're a new vendor, they might not be set up for something like that. If it's an outdoor, like a flea, especially if you go to like a flea market or something, obviously you want cash there. Did you actually claim your BD gifts I sent? Wait, which ones? Hold on. What's BD? Brilliant Diamond? So do the pay reader, of course, if you do cash, it's a flat price since most of the yeah, you're right. And that's another thing is that there are some where they have credit card fees, so they won't work with you, which I did have one vendor say that they charged them a fee so they could give me a deal if it was cash. Oh, the Mega. Oh, I did. Birthday. You're not that old. Hey, look, BD could be Blu-ray disc, Brilliant Diamond, I did. Thank you, AGM. I forgot about that. I did. AGM sent me Mega Man X Legacy Collection 2, which thank God, I forgot that I have the first Legacy Collection. I already got one of those. I have the first Legacy Collection, so thank God. And I don't think I might actually have Legacy Collection 1. So, or like X Legacy Collection 1 for birthday. Oh wait, yeah. Why would I send garbage games? Yeah, I said it. Yeah, it's the second thing, right? It's so that I have 5, 6, 7, and 8 or whatever. Yeah, X Legacy Collection 2 might be the weakest of the bunch. Since you get X5 through 8, which I liked X5. I enjoyed that game. I didn't really hate that game the way, I feel like people didn't like that game. X6 is, I've just discovered the joy of X6. And then X7 was terrible. X8 is the one that I never got a chance to play, but people have said is actually a competent game. So I do want to try that one out especially. I liked X5. I thought it was good. No, Sally, I took everything and then I took it to work and then I didn't have the stuff to send it. I thought I had boxes there, so I didn't. So I have to bring a box, but I'm gonna send it probably tomorrow. I wasn't going to send it tomorrow because it's my birthday, but now I have to go to work. So if I'm going to be out, I might as well go and send it. It's in my safe at work, though. Oh, wait. I sent you both Legacy collections. Oh, but if you already, does that mean the code is still valid? No, wait, did I get them both? I have to take a look. I think I did get them both. And take it to work, give it a stamp, and take photos like it's doing work. Yeah, there you go. I'll follow. I'll be cringy and follow it into the bathroom. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I think that was everything. I got. So yeah, overall, a fantastic time, wonderful time at the convention. So I highly recommend Too Many Games itself as a convention, even though it was kind of weird. It was a very awkward. There were a lot of things that they did new. Speaking about the convention in particular, there were a lot of things that they did new this year. You had the security detail, you had the modders helping out with the panels, which was very welcome, but it was very unusual. You had the barrage of VAs, and I feel like that was more than I'm used to seeing at that event. So I'm worried that the event is growing beyond what it was. What I'm worried about is that it loses its identity, or its identity changes. And I like it for what it is. I like it. Too Many Games is what I consider the biggest little convention there is. It still has that small con feel, but it's gigantic. But I think it's going to evolve into a small, large convention, if that makes any sense, right? There's a difference between the tiny convention at the Doubletree Hotel and San Diego Comic-Con. They're wildly different ends of the spectrum. I'm worried that TMG is going to cross into that San Diego Comic-Con style event, which is great for them, and it's great for people to go, and more people have the chance to experience it, but it is going to feel different when you go. It feels like it's become YouTuber Con versus the grassroots convention that it was. See, here's the thing though. As a grassroots convention, it was YouTuber Con. That's what it was. It was a place to rub elbows with the YouTubers. You know, when John used to go, John didn't have a booth or anything, so he would get stopped in the walkways, and a lot of other people did that. And then obviously, as they get bigger, they get more attention. You know, you. Not everybody's a James Rolfe, but guys like James and they always commanded some attention while they were there. The thing was, in what felt like one quick swoop, guys like James and John and Vinny Vinesauce, even guys like Pat the NES Punk, like Ant Dude, like all of these people, they, like you said, you think it's YouTuber Con. The problem is they all, even a Scott, it almost felt like they became secondary. The VAs were everything. Like, you have to see the size of the area that they all commanded, and they were all charging $40 a piece. And, you know, James doesn't charge. John doesn't charge. Ant Dude, the Spawn cast, right? Those guys, as far as I understand, they don't charge money. And then all of a sudden, everybody was charging $40 a piece. You know, and then you had the whole fiasco, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with what had happened, where the guest list on the website was all the VAs. And people like John and all of them, they didn't find out until a month and a half before the convention. So there were people that had to cancel because they didn't think that they were getting invited. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of came out of nowhere that they're all guests. And it just was the way that they did it. They clearly weren't the focus anymore. And it was kind of a bummer. And I mean, it is what it is, but it does mean that the identity of the convention is changing. It does mean that now, you know, what's the next step? The next step is giant movie stars. The next step is TV show celebrities, and then the VAs become secondary, and then the YouTubers are just walking around. Like, that's just it's a natural progression as an event gets bigger and more popular. But it's sad to see it go. You're my James Rolfe. I'm not that angry, am I? What I'm not liking, at least what I'm seeing with the stream, they're selling out a bit too. See, they're selling out. YouTubers are what began giving them a name, and now they're putting you guys at least aside. Based on how the stream makes it look. Not saying. Oh, you're talking about the stream that they did, where they televised or YouTubeized everything. Not saying it's bad. It's a different vibe now. Granted, I'm saying this as someone who's never been. It is. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Just wait till John starts charging you. Yeah, can you imagine? Not gonna lie, I always question pricing signing. I'm fine with obviously selling merch or things to sign. It's just charging for your name. I know it's well, it's weird because it's like you want to gate it and you want to turn it into something, and then I don't know. I'm always sort of indifferent to signings, to paying for signings. I never really know how to feel about it. Like I think if I have a really bad controversial take on it, it's that I always question paid celebrities signing things or charging to sign for things because they got a paycheck. If anybody should be charging for signatures, I think it's YouTubers. I think it's content creators because their paycheck is dependent on whether or not people decide they want to watch their video. If you're a VA, you get a paycheck for making a video game. So whether that video game sucks or it's the greatest game ever, you still got paid. If a YouTuber makes content and people don't like it for whatever reason, or just randomly the algorithm decides it doesn't want to pick it up, they don't make that much money if they make any money at all. They have to. I know we say that as a content creator, you should make what you like and what you enjoy. But the reality is, if it's your job, you do also have to play into the algorithm a little bit. You do have to make content that is going to get recommended to other people. And when that doesn't happen, you don't make a paycheck. So I feel like if anybody, not that they should be charging, if anybody, I think has a justifiable reason to charge for a signature, I do think it would be content creators because their paycheck is very much randomized. Their paycheck is very much dependent on whether or not people engage in that content. Whereas a video game, a VA or a movie actor or somebody, they make a paycheck. And when the job is done, they make that paycheck. I'm not saying they make $1 billion. I'm not saying that the VAs for Baldur's Gate 3 all got $70 million paychecks, so they don't need the money. But it is kind of weird that that happened, especially when I can't imagine the amount of money that they made. If I'm being honest with you, those lines were hundreds, if not 1,000 people long. Over the 3 days, the 2 or 3 days that they were there, and you're charging $40 a piece. Yeah, I'm okay with charging for signing, but there's got to be a limit. If they are at the con, they aren't working to make content, which makes them money. Well, yes, it's great meeting fans. They're still losing money on being there, which is why I think $20 to $30 should be the limit. I feel like $20 is a good limit. I feel like 20 is a good spot. 50 is a bit crazy, and then that's just for signing. That's just for signing and getting picture taken. I think that anything else, because they do that. They do like the packages where you meet them and stuff, and they're always like 500. There was the one years ago with meet the 5 captains in Star Trek, and that was like a $1,500 thing that you needed to do. It says next step is YouTubers creating their own convention with blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the convention. I hate since YouTubers are getting the news for this. Okay, well, hold on. I'm going crazy. I don't mind if I buy a signed thing, but it also feels like paying for signing has become tipping for VAs, which I mean, it's kind of true, but but again, it's weird because they're getting a substantial paycheck, Yeah, imagine making $40K on signatures alone if they had 1,000 people on. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, ever since I used to watch Channel Awesome, I've been interested in cons like MagFest only on the notion that Channel Awesome people never showed the actual con, but now I feel where the age I am now, 36 this month, where my amazement level would be at. It depends. MagFest is a completely different beast. So MagFest is wildly different than something like TMG. It's very much a unique thing all on its own. All right. But yeah, that's my TMG experience. I hope It was fun to listen to, and I hope everybody goes. I hope you get a chance to go. And if you don't get a chance to go to TMG, I would say look around and see if there's even a smaller convention near you. Smaller conventions always have their own. They have their own vibe. There's a charm to very small conventions. Like I made a joke about a convention at the DoubleTree Hotel, right? They have it in a little area that's down there, and those are fun. I've been to several of those, and they're always a blast. They're very small and intimate, and you can meet people and talk to them, and it's quieter. That's one big thing, is that it's much quieter at those sort of events, and you can hang out and play games and just enjoy yourself. So I would recommend gaming. I recommend conventions for one reason and one reason alone, which is our hobbies tend to be very solitary. Our hobbies tend to be very somewhat isolated, which is not just in the activity itself, but I can go down the street on Sports Sunday to any bar and any restaurant and find a bunch of people that are enjoying sports. And I can find somebody to high five and say, yeah, my sports team did great. I can find that anywhere. I would challenge you to go somewhere random and say, hey, the Final Fantasy 14 expansion dropped. Yeah, like no, it's not going to happen. It's very difficult. So I recommend conventions because it will happen there. That is a place where you can be excited for gaming and have people also either also be excited with you or at the very least understand your excitement. People are stretching sure. So if we know being VA is the most well-paid job, I feel like getting paid and then being like, thanks, not tip me for it. I mean, take a tip. I'm sure they saved on hotel and just commute. We have gamer bars. Yeah, we don't have that here. Yeah, but I recommend it. I always recommend going to a convention if you can. And if not, save up some money and pick a good one. TMG is a very good one, and then go from there. All right. What to do? 416. What to do? I don't want to start Shadow today. Conversations, conventions. Do I want to start SA2 today? I don't think so. No X Defiant today. No, I played a little X Defiant earlier. I'm gonna hold off until tomorrow. I'll probably play a little tonight. Watch me eventually go to MagFest and just be disappointed. No, MagFest. I think you'll have fun at MagFest. The thing I would say about MagFest though is if you have friends that are gamers, especially if they're online, try to meet up with them at MagFest, because MagFest is a very unique beast of a convention in that it doesn't stop. MagFest opens, I believe, Thursday afternoon, and it's open until Sunday afternoon. And what I mean is, at 2 a.m., if you want to go to the convention and play arcade games, you can go. It's open. It is open the entire time, which changes the vibe of the convention. Not to mention the area itself is sort of centered around that. It's the Gaylord Hotel. It's centered around that. Like the entire area is basically built to support that. So when you leave at 1 a.m. because you want to go down to CVS and buy something from the store, it's full of people who are going to the convention. Like you're just at the convention the entire time. You play a bit of Rise of 1 and see if you like it. I think I might play that one by myself. How about Rocket League? Maybe something Zelda. The what, Lord? It's called the Gaylord. Lord. It's in National Harbor, Maryland, and it's called the Gaylord Hotel and Convention Hall. It's massive. Yeah, of course I'll allow that. Playing events, people don't charge for signatures. It sounds bad, but think this too. If you go to a con, it's out. It's out. You do signatures free. Watch the entire convention weekend with just signage. Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. I think I got lost in that one, Lilac. Damn you, Automod. It's the name of a place, and I allowed it, so now everybody else can type it. That's great. Tetris 99. Maybe. We might do something on Switch. Let's see what happens. Maybe we will. Maybe we will do a sort of impromptu Mario Kart or something. You'll have a gay old time. Wilma. All right, but give me a couple of minutes and let me get some coffee. Let me go to the restroom, and then when I come back, I'll grab my Switch and we'll see if we want to play something. But give me a few minutes and I will be right back. Bleed Stained Night Ritual. Did I play Princess Peach? I played the demo for it. They had it at the convention, but it was like $50. It was weird. They had a lot of new games, but they were just new prices, so it was kind of strange. Like, I don't know. It almost felt like they shouldn't have that. So, somebody had an Octopath 2, and it was $60. Right? It's like, really? That's what we're doing? You know what's a game I didn't see, though? I didn't see anybody with a Baldur's Gate 3. I think if I would have seen a Baldur's Gate 3, I would have probably bought it. Vanilla, hello. Hi, Vanilla. Vanilla was there. Vanilla was cosplaying. Did cosplay a couple of days. Hi, Vanilla. I hope you're doing good. I hope you got home okay. If you went home. Cool. Octopath. Yeah, at that price. Yeah, and Marcos, it basically was. Like, I think some of them, I know the vendor that I got the Live Alive from, that was a brand new game, and they were just the same one. It was like, all right, I don't know. I don't come to a convention to buy brand new games. Did I see any SMT Vengeance? Which one is that? I saw the SMT 5, the new one. Is that one? Is that Vengeance? Limited run at a venue. That was bad. They did have a booth. I didn't even check them out. I don't know why. I saw their booth and I immediately kept walking. And I don't know why I didn't check them out. I don't have nothing against them, even though I don't really like them as a product. But I just didn't even bother. But I do have my badge. This was the badge. That was it there. And then the back was like, it's like an ad for something. I don't know who that is on there. I don't know. Godfather of Gaming? I don't know who that is. But yeah, it was fine. I like the badge. It was okay. I wasn't a big fan. You know what I didn't like is that we were talking about this. Actually, I think it was yesterday. We were talking about it. It's like, it's supposed to be like Zombies Ain't My Neighbors. Like, that's the way the logo is written and all. And they're supposed to be kind of zombies. But I feel like they shouldn't be zombies. I feel like they should look like the characters from the game. I feel like it should have been Mario and Luigi, and then they were what the heck was their name? Zack in 3D. Were they there? No, it was Zack and Julie? What were the two characters from Zombies Ate My Neighbors on Super? Was it Zack and Julie? I feel like they should have looked like that. Like, one of them has the 3D glasses and the crazy hair. The other one has the baseball cap. Like, Zeke. Okay, not Zeke. I'm saying Zack. Zeke and Julie. I wanted to like Octopath starting from Dancer. I got to Thief, wasn't feeling it. I traded it. Oh, that's a shame. I thought Octopath 1 was really good. I just hated the ending. I hated the end part. But everybody said that fixed it. That 2 fixed it. That's the new release SMT5. Its subtitle is Vengeance. Okay, so I did see people with that, but it was $60. It was $60. I left Sunday morning and there was flash flooding in southern CT. I feel like we were water skiing the last 20 minutes home. Well, I mean, that sounds fun. That sounds fun, at least, Vanilla. But I'm glad you got home okay. I'm glad you were safe. And it was good to see you. Hopefully I see you again next year or maybe at MagFest. So what are you playing? Because I know you said it counted as a donation, but you said no new playthrough? Wait, hold on. I'm confused. Nothing wrong with Princess Peach Showtime. It's just more I prefer faster platformers. Funny thing happened while I was streaming. My mod started talking smack about me sucking at Tekken while we were playing ME3, so I stopped the game just to play him in first to 10. I made sure to highlight it. I just need to figure out the audio issue with the game audio. I wonder what's wrong. Zack and Wiki. That's the Capcom Wii game. That's it. Zeke or CT I go by. I love Octopath more. I enjoyed it more by thinking of it as a collection of smaller stories. Yeah, I guess that was my problem, is I was hoping to have one big game afterwards. See Ronan give his mods an hour-long pounding mid-stream. I mean, that sounds like a 1 out of 10 video. I don't know. Oh, man. Yeah, so there's still a few games that I want to get eventually. Give me a second. I used to have a list of games that I wanted to get. Let's see if I still have it. Notepad. Because now I can update it. Now I have games. Yep. Unicorn Overlord I already have. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 I almost had. I got Bayo 3. And I have Live Alive. Okay. So I can update my gaming wish list here. And see. I have 5 games still on my wish list. 1 out of 10 would pound again. I've been told it's okay, but my game audio sounds weird when I go to highlight aspects of the stream. Interesting. I wonder if it's in editing and then... No, if you're being told is when they watch it. I want to go to MagFest, but it's probably too expensive for me. But there's a possibility of me going to MomoCon next year. I still haven't gone to MomoCon yet. I should. I think I would have fun there. What's this? Oh, is there a meme that I missed? World record. 420 million internet speed is hit in Japan. It's enough to download Baldur's Gate 3 in under 4 milliseconds. Yes, Lilac. But with that kind of speed, how long until I can romance the bear? That's the real question. I live near MomoCon. Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty big. That's kind of funny though. The individual characters in Octopath did not interest me. I saw no real purpose for their quest. And getting to Thief's reason for the quest really made me not care. That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it, but to be fair, I didn't have a problem with Octopath 1 because I was expecting that I was playing the stories individually so that I would eventually get together and have one big adventure with all of them. And then when you finish all their individual stories, there's nothing. It's like a super boss or a cavalcade of super bosses, and I just didn't care. Yeah, 6% run. It's like 20 minutes. I put Tekken 8 first to 10 in Discord, so you can watch that later and tell me if it sounds weird. Okay, yeah. Where's that? It's in chat. Stream topics? Where is it? Wait. Is that chat 1? Oh, there it is. No? Wait, that's not it. Side chat 2? Side chat 2? No. Stream topics? No. Where is it? Oh, self-promotion. Okay. Okay, thank you. I see it there. Octopath 2 I really like and love the characters, but something about it just doesn't hold me. That's the most out of context thing I heard today. Well, you gotta romance the bear. That's Halcyon, right? Isn't that Halcyon? They didn't sell it as a big overarching story. I look back on everything, and the people sold it like that were the reviewers. The advertising just made a bigger point that it was a collection of adventures, starring different characters. Not that the game was perfect, to be fair. No. To be fair, the reason I thought that was because I've seen other games do exactly that. Most other games that I've seen where it is you were playing individual characters that are part of a large, because they did sell it as that. They did sell it as you're playing individual stories as part of a larger overarching story. And I've seen that before. I've seen that in every Wild Arms game. I've seen that. Well, that was Wild Arms 1. There was another game series that, or at least a game that I remember doing that. And then I've seen games do it in the middle where you have a party base and then they split up and then you play their individual adventures. We've seen games do that. What I feel like we've never, even Live Alive, I think does that. Isn't Live Alive 8 separate stories and then there's something that happens with all of them? Like, we've seen games where they do that. So it's not unreasonable to think that that's what they were doing. I should play Blood. I don't know what that is. What's Blood? It was 8 smaller stories, each of their own story, with you having the freedom to pick who you get, who's on your team, or just the solo one. Both Octopath games were pretty great to me. It's mainly just how good the gameplay is in a 2D HD aesthetic. As a Pokemon player, a simple story was not much of a detriment. Octopath Traveler 2 will be my next Switch game after I finish Astral Chain. I didn't see a copy of that either. It's funny, there were games that I saw that I thought I should buy, And Daemon X Machina was one that I didn't really think about until I saw it there, but I didn't buy that one because I think the cheapest I saw that for was $55. Wild Arms 3 was the first game I remember playing that did it like that. You had a different character, completely different stories, and eventually meet and combine it. Wild Arms 1 did it. And I'm pretty sure 2 did it. I think all the Wild Arms games did it. Where you play them. The thing about 3, what made me laugh about 3 was that I played the first character's story. It's the girl that's on the cover. And then by the time I got to the end of it, I honestly didn't care how the other characters got there. I was not having a good time. So I stopped playing it. But Wild Arms 1 I beat several times. And that game does that. There's actually an achievement for playing a character story solo. It's UK slang. Okay. It's UK slang. Cartoony game about a high school girl fighting vampires. She's summoned by accident. It's definitely a guide thing for me. In Octopath 1. 3 was my first. Yeah. 3 was your first one. Yeah. They emphasized it as part of a larger world, not a larger narrative. That's the big thing I noticed when I went back and watched the trailers and reviews. I don't know. I don't know because it starts to sound like, well, technically we didn't say that, but they hint at it. And again, you've had other games that have done it like that. So I don't know. I feel like that you start to get into this realm of, is it clickbait? You know, it's like the, what was the Dead Space game? The Callisto Protocol? Was that the one that people thought were just like, okay? And no, they played it and it wasn't like Dead Space. And then people were saying, oh, that sucks. It's not like Dead Space at all. And they're going, well, technically, we never said it was like Dead Space. It's like, but you constantly reminded everybody that former Dead Space people made this game. You did everything in your power to imply that it was going to be like Dead Space, except actually say it's going to be like Dead Space. And then when everybody said it's not, you said, well, we never technically said that. It's like, come on, guys. You know what you were doing when you did that. You knew exactly what you were doing. So that whole thing, right? Well, we never technically said it was part of a bigger narrative, but you did imply that it was part of a bigger interconnected world. And you knew everybody was going to draw that conclusion because we've seen other games do it. So yeah, I kind of call BS on that just because you clickbaited everybody in that regard. You knew that was what everybody was going to think. Steam summer sales going on. I had to stop myself pressing purchase in the Steam cart because I have too many games on my backlog. Yeah, I mean, now I have a whole bunch of other games on my backlog. Yeah, did they hint or did you wish they hinted at it? Yeah, you start debating semantics. Now that's on Game Pass is the best thing ever and better than Dead Space. Oh, yeah, you're right. Just think about having 8 characters and then the logistics of having a linear narrative while also having the choice of picking whatever combo of characters you want. No, but I think that it's easy to do that. I think that it's relatively easy. I look at something like, use Octopath 1 as an example. You had separate characters. Actually, you can use any RPG really if you want to do this. In Octopath 1, for instance, you had separate characters with seemingly separate motivations. And then by the end of their story, you can argue that they're all after the same thing. And then you can write a story that is another 10 or 15 hours of game. And the narrative just includes everybody. You can pick whatever characters you want because any RPG has more characters than you can pick. There's always 8 characters or 10 characters or 40 characters, and you can only have 3 on the team. But the overall narrative will often include all of them. And then they just show up for the cutscenes. Any Final Fantasy game has done that multiple times, where the characters are there for the cutscenes, even if they're not on your actual active team. That's all you had to do. You can write a narrative that includes them all later, whether or not you're playing with all of them. And that way you can play whoever you want. To put it another way, think about any RPG, think about a Final Fantasy VII game where by the time you meet a character later on in the game, they have their own motivation. Something already happened, something put them in the position that they're in, and now they're joining your party. What if you just had a game that was the game up to that point? And then as you got to that point, then they all met at the same time. That's why we've seen that. That idea doesn't not exist. It exists. Wild Arms games have done it multiple times where You play the individual characters and you get their motivations up to a certain point, and then everyone is included on the story. That's all you have to do, and that's what I thought they were going to do with Octopath, and I think a lot of people thought that. Play 8 individual characters and experience the larger world that involves them all. And it's like, okay, well, so they're going to meet, and there's going to be a big interconnected story. And it's like, well, we never said there was an interconnected story. It's like, but you did everything in your power to imply it. Come on. But then we always say we should judge games by what they are and not by what they're assumed to be. To be fair, I don't think you're wrong. I think it's more remember it being sold like that when it wasn't. You should judge a game for what it is and not what it was promised to be. But if what it's promised to be is misleading, then you should judge them for that too. And if you want to say that Octopath was a great game on its own, that's fine. I say that Octopath is a great game that falls apart at the end because I was expecting something else. But if you want to go back and look at the advertising and say, yeah, they advertised it as this thing and it was something else, then you can give them flack for that. Bait and switch, even on the PlayStation. Age of Calamity says the game about Breath of the Wild Calamity and does something different. Is that the Switch 2 name? The Bait and Switch. Chrono Cross, 40 plus. That's what I said. That's exactly why I said it too, because Chrono Cross has like 40 something characters. I think people also wanted each of the characters to interact with one another. And Gold. And you could have, that's difficult. I'll admit. And that's why I say, I'll admit that that's difficult because you can't have interactions with Honnet and Oberic. You can't have interactions written in with them, and then you might not have those characters. Or you at least can't have mandatory interactions with them, and then you might not have those characters. But if you had a chunk of game that was designed for after you get all 8 characters and after you finish all of their stories, yes, you can write a narrative where they all interact with each other because you only get to that part of the game if you have all 8 characters. You can 100% write a game that includes them all. Even if that last part of the game is only 10 hours. Let's say you had each of the characters have only 3 chapters. Then you've got enough time to make a 20-hour game that includes all 8 characters. You could absolutely have done that, and they just didn't do it. And I'm not saying it's a terrible game. I'm just saying it wasn't what I wanted. That was what I wanted. Octopath 2 does pretty much what you say, and they have a dual side. Yeah, and that's what people have told me. People have told me that 2 fixes that problem. Oh, Mr. L. You mentioned something there. That was another thing I almost bought. I had it in my hand. I almost bought it. Almost. I might still. Almost. I almost bought Fire Emblem Engage. A lot of people said that it streamlined a lot of the stuff that I didn't like about Three Houses. I almost bought Engage. That was the cheapest I saw it was like $50 or $55. I was like, I'm not going to buy that. Yeah, I almost bought it. Part of why Wind Waker was initially hated because people thought it was going to be more realistic. Well, okay, Wind Waker, people didn't think it was going to be realistic. The next Zelda game, people thought it was going to be realistic. And then they saw what Wind Waker was and didn't like it. Like, nobody looked at Wind Waker and said, it's going to be realistic, though. They saw Wind Waker and hated it because they wanted a realistic game. My point is, the idea was misleading, I suppose. Because again, looking at a lot of the advertising, they didn't really bait and switch. They just didn't mention it. But again, I don't know. That's like, it's such a weird logic because then it's like, oh, you cheated on me with another woman. Well, I didn't say I wasn't cheating, right? You start to play these word games when you start to do that, and you're like, well, they didn't technically, you really start to play these word games. You knew that everybody was making those assumptions. We've seen games that do that before. You knew that everybody was making those assumptions. Now, because at no point did they say it is 8 separate stories all the time and you don't ever interact, right? At no point did they do that. Any game that has individual characters set in a shared world, the implication is that they're going to meet. And they knew, come on, any game that says that. If you take any game in your favorite franchise and say that they're going to make it in a way where you play all of their stories individually. And they emphasize that it's in a shared world and that they will have interactions together. Because they did say that they were going to have interactions together. Your assumption is fair that they're going to meet up and you're going to have an adventure together. That's a fair assessment. So yeah, then it starts to become, well, we never said. Nah, come on. Engagement is very mid. I watched Matt play it. Matt was playing it one day in the room, and I was watching. I was like, it looks kind of fine. It looks kind of good. I don't know how the one thing I did see though is like I was doing something and I noticed that he was doing a lot of stuff that didn't feel like battling, and I'm like, uh-oh. They did emphasize that it was 8 individual stories quite a few times. No, I know, but they said that you would also interact with each other, and they emphasized that it was a shared world. That's why you weren't playing 8 separate games. You were playing 8 separate characters in one world. They emphasized that, and they emphasized all of that stuff, knowing that that was the conclusion you were going to draw. And then they did the technically, because at the end you technically do have an event with them together. It's just one area and a ridiculously overpowered boss gauntlet. I prefer engage the 3 houses on the premise that there's no boring school to walk around in. See, that's what sells me. That's what social links. That's what sells me. All right. So, I have my Switch actually on already. Cracking my back. Okay. So I actually don't know what to do. We only have an hour left. Meanwhile, I didn't see any advertising for the game actually just bought it on the box art because I thought it was cool. Oh, I saw tons of stuff. I saw tons of videos for Octopath. I just wanted to see how beautiful it was when Octopath 1 came out. I played the demo. The demo had you can play through I think the first chapter of Honnet and Olberic. What was his name? Olberic? Was that his name? I think you can play the first 2 chapters, the first chapter of each of them, and you do sort of interact. And that's the thing. And the demo was kind of misleading in that way. Because when you're playing Olberic, you can get Honnet in your party if you've already played the Honnet story. So they do kind of do that. And yeah, Honnet and Olberic. And they do that in the demo. Where if you play Olberic, you can get Honnet. And if you play Honnet, you can get Olberic. And like, okay, fine. But it's not really built that way. And Olmec, yeah, I keep saying Olmec. I keep thinking that. And to be fair, I'm gonna be annoying here. I'm gonna be annoying. There is a game that has ruined for any future Octopath Traveler or any future type of game like that. There is a game that has ruined any argument you would have against that, and that is Baldur's Gate 3. The sheer amount of things and interactions you can do in that game, to me, invalidate any future argument about, well, you can't have 8 characters have unique interactions with each other. There are a billion interactions you can have in Baldur's Gate 3. So the idea that you can't write unique interactions for 8 characters going back and forth, I think that Baldur's Gate 3 has kind of thrown a wrench into that, and it's become that thing that you will. I think that, especially for me, I think that it's become that game that I'll always go back to and say, yeah, but they did it, so it's at least possible. It's not a question of whether or not they're willing to do it. It's not a question of whether or not it would be doable in a reasonable amount of time. The question is, can it be done? And the answer is Baldur's Gate 3. So, yes, it can be done. And they did the most dangerous thing. They left the space open for people to fill in what they thought would be there. And Dragoon, that's not an accident. You do that on purpose. You do that because people are going to fill it in with their own expectations, and then they're going to be disappointed when it doesn't meet those expectations. That's a sales tactic. It's something that they put in there. Otherwise, they would give you a detailed explanation of how the game works. But they don't do that. Not to mention that's an unrealistic expectation to tell you exactly how every single thing is going to work in the game. But you do that because it lets people buy the game with their idea of what they're going to get. I bought only one game despite being at a convention called Too Many Games. I got Chrono Trigger for DS. I mean, you probably bought a very expensive game with Chrono Trigger. I got Banjo-Kazooie. I was going to say, yeah, I watched you buy Banjo. I'd argue you can't compare BG3 to other games in that way. It's such a unique situation and dev cycle. Except you can. Can't you do that for any other game? When you argue that a game doesn't do something well, can't you say that another game did it right? Like, and you say dev cycle, and you mean, what do you mean by dev cycle? That it takes a long time? Of course it takes a long time. They all take a long time. I'll bet you Cyberpunk was in development longer than Baldur's Gate 3 was, and Cyberpunk didn't even work, and probably didn't have anywhere near the amount of interactions as Baldur's Gate 3. I can say Baldur's Gate 3 because it exists. It's not just an idea, which means that the possibility of it happening does exist. And if you say, oh, you can't have a game with that many interactions, sure you can. It's right there. You just don't want to do it. You just don't, and that's not a slam on them. That's not a slam on developers to call them lazy. It's just when you decide that you want to make a video game, you decide how much effort you're going to put into it and what you're going to do with it. And if you want a game that has that level of interaction, you have to put that much effort into it. And if you don't want to do it, then you don't want to do it. But you can't say that it doesn't exist. You can't be a developer that doesn't want to build a game a certain way and then say that you don't want to do it because it doesn't exist and it's not possible. It is 100% possible. It already exists. Yeah. And when it comes to Square Enix, we're not talking about an indie company here. Dev said Cyberpunk didn't push the envelope enough and they want more for the next game. Dev cycle means nothing to me. They get the final product. And you know what makes dev cycles irrelevant to me? Dev cycles are only relevant if you tell me that the game exists 1 year into the development of the game. I'm happy that the game takes 10 years to make. Just tell me about it on year 9. So I'm not sitting here waiting 10 years for the game. I don't want their whole life to be developing one game, that's for sure. I think that probably sucks for them. Oh wait. Okay. It's not quite that. It's more we're talking the most extreme opposite and exception and holding other games next to it. We could say it could exist, but we could acknowledge the difficulty it takes to do it. But it's not even that. But again, I don't think that unique interactions for 8 characters for an Octopath game is anywhere near the effort. I'm not saying put the exact same effort. 50% of the effort that went into Baldur's Gate 3's interaction possibilities would make an Octopath game. Would make an Octopath game probably bigger than any Octopath game we've seen so far, which is 2, but it's kind of a lot. Yeah, you're right. They're usually text without voice acting. Square Enix is a small indie company that fails to meet expectations. All right, so what do we do here? So this is Legacy Collection 2. So you said I should have both of these? Oh no, wait. This is that's regular Legacy Collection. Where's the? Didn't I have it? Is this isn't what you gave me, was it? Oh yeah, they're on Steam. What am I doing? Hold on. Let me double. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna double check my Steam. Dev cycle gets relevant when you have to explain why the release was a dumpster fire. Yeah, exactly. And if you just take the time and you make the game and you make it work right, the consumer doesn't worry about dev cycles. The average consumer doesn't think about how long this game takes to make when you're announcing it 6 months to a year before it comes out, which is what you should be doing. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, got the Steam summer sale thing happening there. Where's my Steam window? Oh, brother. Is it here? Hold on. There it is. Hold on. my library. Mega Man Legacy, X Legacy Collection, and Legacy Collection 2. Oh, I do have them both. I'm sorry. I did get them both. So thank you. I only downloaded one of them. That's what happened. I ended up only downloading one of them. No, I do have them. Okay, thank you. Yeah, AGM donated Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2. So I do have the entire thing there. Sorry about that. BG3 was a massive endeavor. If you look at its dev history and cost, it was a massive endeavor. It's why we had indies who, by the way, many got chased off Twitter, said, please don't treat BG3 like or compare it to. But again, I think that, but if you put a quarter of the effort into a game that they put into Baldur's Gate 3, I think you end up with a massive game. I think you end up with an incredible size game. We really hard to say this. It was a massive endeavor as in anything special. Even Bubsy 3D took a lot of effort. Yeah, I mean, it's a massive endeavor, and that's great. And apparently it's incredible, but first of all, it doesn't mean that it's not possible to do again. A massive endeavor just means that it takes a lot of work. But my argument is but my argument is that even if it's a massive endeavor, it means it's possible. I'm arguing against the idea that it's not possible. I'm arguing against the concept of, well, you can't have a game with 8 characters that have unique interactions all throughout the game because you don't know who's going to be with who. And like all of that, it's true that it would be huge, but it's been done. I'm going to head out later. Kia, have a good one. Oh, Kia doesn't want to get spoiled on Tetris 99. I got it. Have a good one, Kia. Also to that, Baldur's Gate 3 released with Act 2 and 3 having major issues. Act 3 could be unplayable at times. And maybe, and Dragoon, maybe if that was all worked out before they even told us that the game existed, no one would care. Right? It wouldn't have even happened. Do you think, put it this way, it's been a year since Baldur's Gate 3 came out, right? Have they fixed it? Did they fix all of that stuff? If they have, then what you're saying is if they took an extra year and didn't tell anybody about the game, they would have fixed it. Oh, wait, it's not fixed. Never mind. Oops. See? Now I'm talking smack. They have not. They haven't fixed it? That's so crazy. All right, this is weird. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We're going off. All right, I gotta like lock it in here. Hey, Naka! Great meeting you, too many games. Naka! So, okay, so Naka is the one, yes, it was Naka, I got it right. Naka is the one that gave me the, what is it, Life is Strange? Life is Strange? That was you, Naka, right? Naka's also the one that gave me, Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest, even though I already had it. There we go. No. Oh, you know what? So ban Naka. Got it. No, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for stopping in. I'm glad to see you here. I gotta really lock in here. Naka, that was you that John got the Golem from, right? Johnny ended up getting Golem from you. I may have to get that off of him. We might have to play a bad game on stream. Yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh, you took that game. I was like, I thought about taking it and then playing a really bad game on stream. Whoops. Oh, wait. Watch this. Watch this. You ready? Ready? Oh! Hit a viewership record. I play... Oh, there you go. I play bad games so you don't have to. Oh, my God. Here we go. That's it. That's the brand. That's the branding right there. It's as ugly as the VOD showed up. I think I have to get it from John then. I think I'm gonna have to get it. How long is the Tetris F-Zero thing going on? I think it's until tomorrow. I actually thought it was done today, but it said until tomorrow. Have you haven't done a bad-a-thon for charity? Ooh, that's not the worst idea. A bad game-a-thon. Ooh, I think people would be very upset. That's kind of interesting, though. I kind of like that. Let's go. How about a phobia-thon where you just play a game with elements you're afraid of? I'm afraid of good games with deep narrative. Does that work? You think that's believable? I don't know. No, because you... Was this because you played the God of War games? Excuse me? Wait, I can't tell if that was an insult or not. Did we not like God of War? I love God of War. The Dad of War games, anyway. Let me lock it in here, because I think it's about to get serious. Get down there. Oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. You know what? Do that. Here, do that. And then do that. That might have been a mistake, but we'll see what happens. Oh, no, wait. No! Oh, my God! No. Do that. I'll die if I do that. I'm dead. No! Oh! What was one? I didn't need that. You stopped playing Ragnarok after... No. I finished Ragnarok. I didn't do the DLC for Ragnarok. No, I finished Ragnarok. I thought it was great. My problem with Ragnarok was that it was like... What's her face got on my nerves. What is this? That's Pacino. In 7th place? Right? That's Pacino? E.T. Desert Bus, Bubsy 3D, any game on the CDI. Oh wait, I have to change this. Change this. Problem with Ragnarok is the characters die in there. No, well, no, that was my one problem. No. Oh no, I know what you meant by that. By the event that stopped me. No, I put the controller down for a little bit. No, but I finished the game. I finished Ragnarok. I just didn't do the DLC, which I think I have. Well, the DLC was free, wasn't it? Kong Skull Island. No. Was it Kong? I mentioned that when we were talking the other day, Naka. Well, I don't think it was you, but I mentioned Kong. It was Skull Island. Was that the game? I keep forgetting because I think Skull Island is a game on the PS2. I thought it was. So I keep thinking that's the wrong game. Would you play? You could play one of the CDI Zelda games. That's not a bad idea, to be honest with you. I have the updated ones. I have the ones that are better. So they're functional, which is, you know, the hallmark of any good game. Yeah, the Peter Jackson. Oh, that's just King Kong. Okay, so the Peter Jackson one, that's what I was thinking of. That's just King Kong. Whoops. Yeah, Skull Island is the bad game. So yeah, that's not a bad idea either. To do like bad game cavalcade sort of thing. Was this the F-Zero update? Was this the F-Zero update? No, but this was the addition of F-Zero to Tetris 99. It's funny because one of the common complaints that I saw about this was, how could you do this and skip over Paper Mario? And I'm sitting there thinking, but they did this all the time, right? Didn't a lot of the special ones, the ones that were like celebrating new games, weren't they always later? Yeah, they don't. Well, not that not all games get themes, but even some of the ones that got specialty themes for like new games that came out, they get them later. Yeah, they always take a bit of time to come to Tetris. Whoops. So many of us are still convinced Nintendo has it out for Paper Mario. Yeah, you're kind of right. It's like, God, once again they hate Paper Mario. It's like, you know, we just got a remaster of the greatest one ever, right? Hey, so hey, Mr. Sonic. Let's do this. almost screwed that up. All right, I gotta get out of this. Oh no, that was a mistake. Oh my god, okay, let me get off attackers here for a second here. Whew. Alright, everybody, let's calm it down a bit. Do that, do that. Oh, here we go! Yay, all clear! Love a good all clear. It's such good music. Made myself nervous. Had to drop it all back down. Hello? Do that. Yeah. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, I have to switch to attackers just to... Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, wait, I can do that. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Might have been a mistake. Oh, that was definitely a mistake. Ah, dead. No. My action time is too slow for Tetris, but for F-Zero, I'm programmed. Am I programmed wrong? At the time, it was seen as a sign that F-Zero was just a throwaway game for Nintendo. Yeah, remember? It was just like, they just put this out so they don't have to make F-Zero games. It's funny because Johnny praised you for being the reason that he loves gaming was possible on the panel at TMG, and the first thing you play at SGB is Gollum. just crap on every part of my legacy, right? I'll even introduce it that way, like, you know, a lot of, for my first playthrough, a lot of you know me as the person that introduced John to a lot of great games. So now we're gonna play Gollum. Oh, I remember people getting upset at launch when F-Zero didn't get a Tetris. Oh, okay. Yeah, it takes time, and like you said, not every game gets one. Kirby's got like 5 of them, doesn't he? Yeah, Kirby has like three. In all honesty, Kirby has like 3 or 4 of them. I'm sorry for the late replies. I'm playing Rocket League. Here, let's do. Oops. Yep. That was me being smart, so now I'm stuck there. Alright, get off of that. Do that. I wonder if there's a rotation limit. I wonder if you just keep spinning a piece around. Is there something where the game is just like, just drop it? More! More! Crystal Dynamics remember Legacy Kane. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. We're getting a Legacy of Kane? Soul Reaver remake? Remaster, maybe? I get to hear one of my favorite video game lines again. Oh, that's a game I never went back and finished. I don't remember if I finished the first Soul Reaver. I know I didn't play the second one. Hey, remember, I feel like I'm seen. I hope you like No, it's not a graphic novel. No, don't tell me that. It's not like... No, why would you do that? It's not. It's a graphic novel. Aw, come on. Did you see the article? You should trust reviewers. All the criticism is... Wait, what? It's not a graphic novel, is it? That was... I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I know I shouldn't have done that. Watch this. Watch this. Do that. Get this down so we can get to work. Ah! Damn it. I thought I had one more there. Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh, why did I do that? Oh, I messed that up. That was my own fault. I got nobody to blame but myself on that one. Yeah, I messed that up. Oh my god! I almost survived that. Oh, if I would have moved that piece over there. No. I messed that up. So what is this? Crystal Dynamics. It's a graphic novel. God damn. No, I didn't see that. Viewers didn't think Elden Ring DLC was that hard, but fans are complaining, so a few reviewers banded together like, see, reviewers are right and you should trust us, culminating in an article about the idea. Well, I never said they were making the game. Oh, with the bait and switch. Yeah, I've been seeing this Elden Ring thing. I don't know. I feel like I've seen people that are like the complaint that I heard about the Elden Ring DLC is kind of like the Doom Eternal complaint that I kept hearing, which is that you basically the difficulty of the game is assuming that you played Elden Ring originally and that you were somewhat competent at it. What it feels like to me, let me ask you if this is, has anybody played the Elden Ring DLC, by the way? Is there anybody that's at least started it? I don't know if we got any Elden Ringers here. So I haven't played Elden Ring despite owning it. I'm still climbing through Elden Ring. So I started it, gotten some items and stuff from it, yes. So the way I'm hearing it described is this isn't like you play the game, you put it down for a long time, you pick it back up to play the DLC. The way it sounds is that the DLC is made in a way that you're playing the game, you finish the base game, you go right into the next thing. What I mean by that is there's no lull in the difficulty. Halfway through a video game, you don't expect it to suddenly get easier. You expect that the difficulty continues to ramp up as the game goes. It sounds like that's the way the DLC is made for Elden Ring. That it's made for you to not like, oh, I played the game a year ago, now I have to play it again so that I can get my bearings. It's almost like it goes right into it. So I feel like if I played it now, for instance, like let's say somebody played the game brand new, they wouldn't feel the change in difficulty because they never stopped playing it the first time. Does that make any sense? That's when I heard people talking about it, that's kind of what I feel like was happening, was that you're supposed to play it without the break. Like Doom Eternal. Look at something like Doom Eternal. Imagine if you went right from Doom into Doom Eternal. You wouldn't really notice the difficulty spike. What you would notice is the game gets harder. That's how games work. That's how they always work. Whoops. Hang on, I see the comments. I wanna. Trying to lock it in now. I want to get a win. I know I want to get a win. I'm not gonna get a win doing that. Whoa! Let's do that. Oh, no! Ah, oh, come on. No, do that. Yeah. Shouldn't have done that. Oh no, that was a mistake. No, I took half a second too long to do that. Oh, that's terrible. I saw someone say fans are mad old builds, broken builds aren't working, so they have to find new ones to be naked for. So yeah, but that's how games work, is that as you go on, the tactics that you use in the first half may not work in the second half. You're not strong enough. Jokes on them, that happened back when the game came out, so kind of a weird argument. What's funny is you can't even play the DLC without killing some bosses. From what I gather, it's just as hard, but a lot of the old tricks the players used won't work anymore, which is always happens, right? By the time you get to the end of a game, you're not still using the spells you were using in the first part of the game. That's just what happens. See, it's the game's hard mode for sure. Is it hard mode, or is it just like when you get to the third portion of a game? That's not hard mode. It's just later in the game. I'd say you're pretty on the nose. Like for me, I had to get the rust off. When I did, I was able to get around pretty well, but it also has different system in place for things, a new DLC, new systems and all. Speaking of remember this crap, you see Capcom remember Dino Crisis? I saw Dino Crisis trending. That was the only thing. I didn't look up why, because I knew it was just going to disappoint me. It's not so much builds, but tactics. Like the DLC is a constant counter to what players did for the OG game, like the super player mentality. It's hard mode. Oh, it is. Okay. It seems more the issue is less games so much harder, but the DLC uses different mechanics, so they nerfed the. So yeah, okay. So that's a bit weird. I don't know if it's worth complaining about, but it does seem a bit weird if they changed it so drastically that you don't even like. Let me ask you: does it feel like you're even playing the same game? That's where I would say, oh, it doesn't actually feel like Elden Ring anymore. Then I'd be like, yeah, okay, I kind of get the complaint there. Capcom is serving not long ago. Most of the results revolved around. Oh, I remember that. Didn't they just talked about that recently though? I could have sworn I just saw something about that. Oh, I think that was because that was in response to the Marvel Capcom stuff. Ah, come on. Oh, what? There we go. Yes. Yep. What a weird transition. Like, oh, damn it. It threw me off. It was such a weird transition. The music just kind of died. Oh, I'm on random. Why the hell am I on random? All right, take it easy, game. Take it easy. Do that. Wait. Okay, well, what's happening here? Oh, no! Oh, I thought I switched those pieces. I think I'm dead. No! What is happening here? Right, I got one more in me. Celebrate the second anniversary of the picture of DC1 cast, a raptor foot, and then just said, release. I'm telling you, I said this before. I think, what was the game? Exoprimal? I think Exoprimal somewhere started as a Dino Crisis game. Thank you, Koro. Yeah, I did okay. I don't know. I'm not locked in. I don't know what's going on. You can see it being frustrating because you play that much Elden Ring, you probably use a lot of those tricks. It's like yanking the carpet out from under you. I don't know, but and you know what the problem is? Aren't Elden Ring players the one that say get good? Right? Aren't the hardcore Soulsborne fans the ones that say, well, you just need to get better at the game? All right, well, they changed all of the tricks that I usually use. All right, well, don't you just need to get better at the game? Right? Stop using a bunch of tricks? Oh, you did? Sorry, Ronan. Yeah, those games are notorious for you have to be better at the game. So be better at the game. What's the problem? Isn't this what you wanted? Dave's still got to handle Souls game to get good, and when he said he doesn't understand this restrictive style, who plays the game, he uses every tool available. Yeah, I don't understand that. I think that's why I never got into like Nuzlocke and stuff. I mean, that's not entirely the case because I have done games like Zelda 1 where I limit myself a certain way, but I don't know. I think I just never. I don't think I'll ever be a Soulsborne. Like I can't tell what the future holds. But I don't feel like I'll ever play a game and think, thank God that game was impossible. Zelda 1, no sword. Yeah, I'll never. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose already. I have to do that. Wow, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose right now. Oh wait, why did I lose right there? I had the piece all the way on the other side. Oh, that sucks. I had the piece on the other side because I thought that the straight bar would not kill me. I'm into sure countering the mechanics rather than forcing you to commit to them is tricky. Sunbreak doesn't make you change your formula. They want you to expand upon it. But at the same time, I feel I can't cheese this boss. Yeah, exactly. And that's a good question. The mechanics that people can't use anymore, are they cheesy? Are they, oh, if I dodge roll 62 times, the game's AI stops attacking? Like, they're not cheesy. I mean, they're not exploits, I imagine, but they're also not completely on the up and up, right? They want to get they want it to be better than you, not get good themselves. Yeah, it's basically just a new meta. That's another me trick. The DLC has its own cheesy tricks. So yeah, I don't know, just learn that stuff. Seems like the solution is right there. Alright. Yeah, that's why I'm not a Soulsborne player, so like I don't understand the actual like the fundamental struggle that they're going through with this game, but I'm like, I don't understand why you're like, Soulsborne games are notorious for the interest being in that they're challenging. So then what's the problem here? I'll tell you what the problem is. I'm not doing really well. Why am I getting beaten up like this? What is happening? Look at all. Oh my god, why am I being so attacked? I feel very attacked right now, you know? Holy smokes, I'm gonna lose. Oh! Yeah, what the hell? I'm getting beaten up. Our viewers in the game are getting targeted. Do you see that? Why did I get attacked so early? When a community is notorious for yelling at you to get good, you don't have to play any Souls game their way. There's so many options to beat bosses the game gives you, but because Souls players are extremely prideful, they will trudge through the mud to beat bosses the hard way. So then, what's the problem? Shouldn't it be more satisfying? I say that I've been a FromSoft fan for years, all the way back on the PSX with Kingsfield 1 and 2. The most magical part of the whole debate is seeing older Souls fans be mad and told to get good after all these years. Yeah, see your other leaderboards. Here's what I will say. I don't have experience with Soulsborne, and I don't have, as far as I know, I don't have experience specifically with FromSoft. Too much, anyway. Except for one game. I will understand what they're going through if and when Armored Core DLC gets dropped, and it's way too hard. If we get Armored Core DLC that feels unbeatable, then I'll say, all right, I understand what's happening here. Yeah. Then I will say, I feel your pain, and I'm mad. But for now, I don't have a frame of reference. I don't have anything that informs me on how they are feeling. AC is based off your builds. But you could say that about Elden Ring. You could, or Souls. Well, maybe not your builds, like for the Souls games. You're saying tactics, right? That the strategies that you use are different. So what if Armored Core 6 comes out and they do something that invalidates all of the other builds, right? Oh, you can't even build them this way anymore. You have to build them completely different. They add new parts. They add cores or something. Like they add something that wasn't there before, and it changes the fundamental way that you build your mechs. Then the argument would be the same, is that, oh no, they changed it in a way that everything I did before doesn't work anymore. And you know what I would say to that? Oh, cool, I have to try something different. That's awesome. Because that's the problem. It's like somebody said, it's the meta problem. It's you figure out a way to play the game, and then you want to play it that way all the time. It's like, maybe they should do something so that you can't. I feel like the Elden Ring thing is going to be years down the line, and probably not even that long. I feel like you're going to get a couple, like maybe a year at most. And they say, yeah, I was having a problem at first, but once I got the hang of it, I really started digging it. Get that out of here. So Final Fantasy IV DS change things up in the remake, add challenge to existing strats, force old player. Yeah, and I think that's the same thing. I think that's a really good example. Is Final Fantasy IV? Do I think Final Fantasy IV DS. The only time you know what's crazy? I actually like. Hey, John Donator. I liked Final Fantasy IV DS for the challenge that it was. My only gripe was the last boss. I thought that the last boss was a bit too much because it felt like, and I know that there's obviously something you can do because people have beaten the game, but I felt like I didn't want to do it. And like, I admit that was me. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is so strong. But I know you can. Look, I'm getting annihilated again. Here we go. Hold on. Let's go there. Is anyone playing this? I mean, I'm playing right now. Do that. Oh, no! Oh, why do I keep doing that? Do that. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I never know how to do that. Oh, I'm always really bad with that setup. Oh, I probably could have had a triple there, but a triple T-spin, but I never really remember how to set those up. All the Souls talk makes me lose focus. I mean, that always happens whenever we do like good discussions. It's part of the reason I always have a problem playing Tetris, because I love having those discussions, but then I always get distracted. I get distracted and I lose at Tetris, or I get distracted and I'm not having the conversation. Oh. Thank you. No, no! Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, my God. Wait, what? Oh. All right. There we go. Do that. No. Yes. Ah. There we go. No. What the heck was that? Oh, wait. Oh, I can't get that in there. No way. Oh, I'm getting beaten up. I'm gonna lose. Oh, I'm gonna lose. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh no! What the heck was that? Oh, it was awesome at what it was. Okay. Intentional. Calculated. Do that. That was risky, but oh wait! Hey! Holy crap! I didn't think it was. Oh wait! I didn't realize we were that close. Hey, there we go. Hey Logan, I'm glad you had fun at TMG. Based on your earlier tweet, I thought you were going to take the day off. No. I wanted to come back. To be honest, I was having a kind of my day was fine and then it was turning crummy, so I kind of wanted to stream just to make myself feel better. Intentional, above brand, Tetris Maximus. Not the prettiest win, but not the most glamorous win, I should say. We've had some wins where it's like amazing to look at. Oh, what you're talking about is how I felt about Sonic Frontiers Update 3, but worse. Because base game wasn't hard, but the DLC suddenly much harder to a noticeable degree, and it felt like a sudden wall. Well, I would argue that the difference is that when the game is not that difficult, and then all of a sudden it's hard, that's different from the game is already hard, and then it's a different kind of hard, right? Elden Ring was not easy, and then all of a sudden there's a difficulty wall. It was a difficult game, and then it got difficult later. The DLC was different. So yeah, it's a bit worse. Well, see, I don't know. So you say that you feel like that makes it worse in Frontiers. Yeah, I guess it is worse in Frontiers. If the game is easy and then all of a sudden it's very hard, that is worse. Because you're not trained to understand what you need to do. In Elden Ring, you know what you need to do. You know what you have to do. You have to learn the boss strats. You have to pay attention to your build. You have to pay attention to the tactics and mechanics that you use, and that's how you win the game. But then in Frontiers, you don't know. You've never done it. I found any good games at TMG. I got a good stack here. Here, I'll give you. We won't go over everything again. We went over everything at the beginning. I'll give you the brief synopsis. There we go. Here, I think you can see them all there. Frontiers Final Horizon was definitely a challenge shift. Elden Ring, at least, it's from soft. Yeah, what did you expect? Because at least in Elden Ring, it was hard. It just got hard in a different way. Yeah, it wasn't suddenly difficult. No, the worst because Frontiers legit only got challenging. Luckily, Frontiers easy mode fixes a lot of the difficulty spike though. But in terms of shift, it really is a major one than Elden Ring. DQ11 combo. Yeah, people are going to see that picture and like, why did he buy two of them? He must be a hard. That'll be my thumbnail. This would be my thumbnail. Hold on. Right. I gotta get it right there. There you go. And then people are like, he must be a hardcore Dragon Quest fan if he bought 2 copies of 11. Oh wait, I also got I also got Castlevania Lord Shadow. Well, these were donations. Castlevania Lord Shadow's Life is Strange and Metroid Dread Pin. Anything retro? No. Hold on. No. I can address that really quickly. I didn't buy anything retro. I didn't buy any retro games. Retro games are where the crazy prices are. That's what's happening. Also, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I very rarely... Well, I didn't buy any PS3 games. That was a donation. Although you're technically right. It is retro. At no point did I look at retro games. I didn't look at Super Nintendo games. Like, I saw them. I'm not like, yeah, Super Nintendo games. But I didn't search through them. I didn't look through Nintendo, N64, Genesis, PlayStation 1. Nothing. I had no interest in looking at any of that stuff. I knew that the prices were going to be absurd. And I gotta be honest. It's hard. It's getting harder for me to go back to retro games that don't have the quality of life features that I'm looking for. It's tough. It's tough to go back to a game where I need to make sure I have a memory card. It's tough to go back to a game where I know that if I get tired and I just want to turn the game off, I can't turn the game off. It's difficult. It's tough for me to give up some of the modern conveniences. Not to mention, at the least, not the least of which is I have to hook that up. If I bought a PS3 game and under, I can't just play it. It has steps. I have to make sure that my system is updated. If I buy a PS3 game, I have to put my PS3 up, and then I have to make sure that it's updated or something. I need a special connection because my TV doesn't have AV cord or S-Video or anything. So I need a special connector in order to do that. I'll need a designated, it's funny because I have a designated space. I have a PVM right over here and I have a designated space, but I also don't want to sit in this chair and play video games. I want to sit on my couch. And yeah, I noticed that. And I've been noticing it for a while, but I think this is the biggest time that I've been somewhere where it was very obvious. It was very obvious to me that I didn't want to buy the retro games. And it had nothing to do with what the games were. There are a lot of retro games that I never got to play that I wouldn't mind playing, but I knew that I was going to have to play them in a way that I didn't want to play. There were PSP games that I thought, that's pretty cool, but, Paper Jam, Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. I wanted to buy it. I want to play it. I know everybody kind of doesn't like it. Oh, later, CT, have a good one. And I do want to play it. But I don't want to play my 3DS. I don't feel like carrying it around. I don't like looking at it the same way, like looking at the screen. I'm not the 3DS itself, but like I don't find the screen as comfortable to look at. I just, it's a quality of life thing. Yeah, there are easier ways to play most retro games now. I just hope Matt isn't hunting for a copy of Tales of the Abyss. I thought he had that. I have a Tales of the Abyss. That's the 3DS one, right? I have it. Or it's on. I have it on 3DS. Remember the days of the RF switches to hook up? Yeah, absolutely. See, I lurk. I go before that. I'm old enough where I remember the RF connector plugging into a little splitter that split it into two wires with little forks on them because your TV had screw-on the back. They were like the big floor model TVs, but I remember all the way back then. I remember that with my Atari, so but I don't go back that far anyway, but I think the furthest I go back is composite cables, yellow, red, and white. But my TV doesn't have that. So I have to take extra steps in order to play that stuff. So I wasn't even looking at it. Switch, PS4. That's what I was looking for. And that's what I ended up with, was Switch and PS4 games. I had no interest in looking up anything else. Like most do have at least AV plugs, but I think some. No. AGM. My TV has HDMI inputs. I don't think it has. What do you call it? Composite video. It doesn't have them. FromSoft updated the DLC to lower the difficulty, which fans kind of brushed off because admitting that would be off-brand. What is it? My condolences. Wait, what happened? That's the sad state of retro games. It's neat, but it's too much work. To be honest, most of the retro gaming I do is done on my PC, and that's what I mean. Is that if I want to play retro games, I have better ways to do it outside of retro gaming. Does that make sense? Like outside of the authentic experience. There you go. Outside of the authentic experience, I think retro games are fine, but to engage in the authentic experience is too cumbersome. Oh, for Tales of the Abyss. Okay, that's what that was for. My TV has AV slots. Composite got removed from the 5 cables. You usually just that's the component hookup. My TV might have component. Maybe. I don't think so though. I'd have to look. And then even then with component, good luck finding component Super Nintendo cables. That doesn't really exist. That's the thing, is when you go back to a certain point, like if you want to use component cables, the red, blue, and green cables, PS1 I'm pretty sure has them, but I think you need a proprietary one for PS1, like the PS1 component cables, which I don't think are super expensive. 2 and 3 I think share one, so like they're out. Well, the 3 uses HDMI, so that's a little bit better. Invested in SNES Mini. I have it. I have an SNES Mini. I'll be honest, I wish it was easier to add games to it. Yeah, you can get off-brand ones, but not OG ones. Yeah, and that's why it's just I realized I didn't have any interest in looking at those games and shopping for them. And that's on top of the crazy prices. There's no point. The only thing I got close to buying for that reminds me, I gotta check. The only thing I got close to buying for retro games was a box for my Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance for the GBA, and I didn't buy it because I think I have the box already. A later Mr. Sonic, have a good one. Yeah, PS3 does have, PS3 has it, but PS3 also has HDMI, so I could just do that. My problem with the PS3 is I have to plug it in and I have to wait to see if it needs an update or something, which I think mine is updated. I think I needed to update it for a very specific reason that I can't say yet. Yeah, my SNES had simple coax and a splitter, and it still works on mine. It has a splitter. Wait, you have a splitter that runs your coaxial into HDMI? Interesting. No, the only reason it's looking like some retro games that my Poly Mega. See, yeah, you have a Poly Mega. If I had a Poly Mega or something, I would buy it. Then I might look at some retro games, just specific ones. It would be the ones that I'm like, oh, I have a strong personal attachment to this. The PS3's issue would be if you want to stream, because apparently HDMI is racist. Streaming. No. There's a way past that. You're talking about the HDCP thing. No, you can pass that easily. I actually have the thing to pass that. So the way you bypass the PS3 HDCP protection thing is you run the HDMI through a splitter. But you just run it right out to the next source. So I have to run my PS3 into the splitter and then into the Elgato, the capture card, and then it works fine. We've done it before. We did 3D Dot Game Heroes. Yeah, it works fine. Yeah, but it's steps. It's more stuff that I have to do. Which, again, that's specifically because of streaming. I wouldn't have to do that on my TV. My TV, I plug it in and it works just fine. I have extra steps for that because of streaming. So that, to be fair to the PS3, that's why that's an issue. And that's why collections, ports, remasters, and remakes do so well. People love to complain and demand only new stuff. But by doing this, it makes retro gaming easier and more accessible. Yeah, that's the problem. I think that those are great. That's why when people are like, oh, another collection, it's like, oh, thank God, another collection. Now I don't need to go through some absurd way to play this game. If I didn't have my Poly Mega, I'm pretty sure I'd be I guess retro gaming isn't for my budget anymore. But because I have the best of both worlds, I can sometimes go, that would be nice to have, I suppose. Yeah, it's it's a shame. It's a shame that I don't know. I think it's a shame, but at the same time, I don't feel the pain of it. I don't look at it like, I'll be honest, I was there and I was looking at I saw all the retro games and I realized, I have no interest in even looking through them. And I didn't feel bad about it. I think I felt bad about it years ago. I had a interesting conversation at a toy convention. And I remember standing there, I was talking to a vendor of all people. And I was saying, like, I'm seeing the price. I was telling him, like, I'm seeing the price of everything. And it occurs to me that I'm just sort of, I feel like I'm priced out of my hobby. And I can't do it anymore. And he goes, that's a bad revelation to have while you're standing at a convention. I was like, yeah, it really is. It's unfortunate. Like imagine you're at too many games and you've got this great idea about you're going to go and buy all of these retro games because you've never been to a convention before. You've never had this many options right at your fingertips. This isn't eBay where you're worried about what you're going to get and how you're going to get it. You're there. You buy it. And imagine going there and realizing you've got $200 and you don't have enough for one game that you really want. You went there and you said, I'm finally going to buy Chrono Trigger. And it was $250. And all you had was $200. It's like, imagine having that revelation that, wow, I can't engage in this the way I want to. So I kind of had that already. So I wasn't really super sad about it. I was just like, okay, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. So I look for PS4. I look for Switch. Stuff that was a bit more accessible. No, it's just in order to engage in retro, you technically have to know a guy. Like I said, Minish Cap at $400. Yeah, it's when you can just spend $80 for an EverDrive with all the games. Or you can already, if you're a gamer that cares about something like Minish Cap, you probably already have a Switch. Even if you don't have the NSO, you could pay for the $50 NSO expansion pass, and then you have Minish Cap is on there. That isn't that wild? Isn't that wild that for $400 for Minish Cap, if you just want to play the game, you could buy a Switch and the $50 expansion pass and still save money while having access to the game for that one game. There's a number of retro gaming. I have the games I actually want. And yeah, and that's fine for us because we already have the games that we want and we've already come to those revelations. But imagine late teens to getting into the hobby. Imagine a 20-something that's getting into the hobby. And you go to a convention because this is your chance to buy all the games that you wanted, but you could never find it. Because where are you going to find some of these games in public? Where are you going to find a box Minish Cap in the wild, if you even have a retro game store near you. So you go to this convention and you think, oh man, this is going to be my opportunity to buy a bunch of stuff, and you can't buy any of it because it's all way too expensive. Gotta find a GameCube Ocarina of Time Master Quest at CIB for $75 instead of $90 to $100. The stores near me sold them. Yeah, so you got some stuff there. Yeah, and they had a Panzer for $1,300. Flea market. Flea markets don't work either. They don't work either because you go to a flea market and what do? Oh man, can I take a look at this game? How much is this Zelda game here? Okay, hold on a second. You know what? Stop. Because he's going to eBay, he's going to look at the prices, and he's going to see $300, and he's going to say, we can do $250. It's like, what? Yeah, it's $300 on eBay. I know because I've had this conversation at least 100 times. Oh, it's $300 over here, so we could say $250. It's like, no, we can't. $250? You're a flea market. Yeah, flea markets will overcharge you now. Oh yeah, or they'll say, you can order from here, but you don't know if you're going to get it. You don't know what condition it's going to be in. Like, they can spin it. They try and spin it. Facebook Marketplace. You get some deals on Facebook Marketplace. But AGM, that's sort of my point. And we're going to wrap up here in a second. But that's sort of my point. And then we got to do a Gonzalez too. My point is that I would like a boxed Minish Cap. AGM, tell me how long it takes before someone puts a boxed Minish Cap for a deal on Facebook Marketplace. You take what you get on Facebook Marketplace. Just like Craigslist. If you get lucky, that's great. If you don't, oh well. But you can't shop there. You can't have a list of things and like, I'm going to go to Facebook Marketplace and I'm going to get all of these things. You can go to a convention and do that. You can go to a convention with 10 hard to find games for a console or for multiple consoles and expect to come away with all of them. The problem is now you can't afford it. What was I about to do here? Hold on. Yeah, chances are it's just a cartridge with a marker saying Zelda Cap. Yeah. No, it actually says Diminish Cap. It's like, wait a minute. Something's wrong here. Gonna go later, Nephiloid. Yeah, we're wrapping up here in a second. Oh, but first of all, yeah, quality varies on Facebook Marketplace, and again, even the quality, like it's the selection. That's the problem. Gonzalez, ore wa tsuyoi, ore hikara shiruba pointo. And often Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace to suffer from, oh man, now that you're here, my deal may need to change. Like that one guy selling Path of Radiance for $10. I did reach out and ask, and he said what the price, that was the price for it since he wanted it gone. Did it work though? No, I got one. It's very that. It's an older fan. I'm like, that's a shame, but what can I do? When I think of my niece and nephews, they're like, yeah, they may never get to play some of these games the way I did. Yeah, exactly. It's a shame. I wonder if video games, particularly, like, I wonder if, assuming I even live to be like 90 years old, I wonder if there'll be a point where I'm 90 years old and I'm telling people about like retro video. We used to play these video games, and right, they've all got their modern technology, and they think I'm a fossil, right? They look at me and they think, God, that stuff is ancient. Like the way we look at cars that you crank, right? You got to stick the crank in the front of the car and turn the handle, or the phones, right? Remember the phones where you had to hold it up to your ear and then you talked into the actual thing? Like we look at that, and that stuff is ancient. I wonder if we'll ever get to the point where, like, Back to the Future, like, you have to use your hands? That's like a baby's toy. Like, I wonder if we'll ever get to that point where people look at this side of the hobby and they think, God, that is, wow. Like, I mean, people already do that with Atari. You know, they look at the Atari 2600 and say, one button and a joystick. And it was the worst joystick in the world. You ever go there and don't see prices on stuff? Never ask, because that's what they'll do. Say the opposite. I was able to get solid quality products for a solid price. Worst case scenario has been having to know who can polish discs. That says they might cost $1, but they're scratched. I couldn't get it. Oh, I couldn't get it. He was strictly selling it locally. It wouldn't show me the back of the disc. Yeah, there you go. They don't care about playing on hardware. They play Mario 3. Yeah, they don't care. People don't care. Kids and younger people, they want to play the game. They don't care about the authentic experience because they want. The only people that care about the authentic experience, for the majority, right? There's going to be some that do, but the only people that really desperately care about the authentic experience are the ones that had the authentic experience and are trying to recreate it. That's what it is. I played this game on the NES on my CRT TV, so I want to play it on my NES, on the CRT TV. That's what they remember. The kids, they don't care. You may appreciate it, but you're not desperately trying. You're not going to pay $600 and a room in your house to make sure that you can get the authentic experience. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you. I want to thank everybody for stopping in, for hanging out. I want to thank you all for all the love and support. I mean, look at, yes, you did. I think, you know, I only use the authentic style controllers for nostalgia. Yeah, use the authentic controller. There you go. Use the controller that replicates the original one. Not 600, but because I know where to look. It cost me $250. But thank you so much for everybody for stopping in and for hanging out today, and thank you so much for sticking around. You know, it took a week off, and I think it was a good week off. But thank you for everything. Thank you for if you were at Too Many Games, and you saw me and you came to the panel or you hung out or you donated something. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. Oh wait, if I'm actually playing, I use something like a Pro Controller. Oh, if I'm actually playing, I use something like a Pro Controller. See, but you don't need to. That you can, and that's fine. But if you want to replicate that's what I mean. If you want to replicate the old experience of playing Super Nintendo games on the Switch, you have a Super Nintendo controller, and you can just have a more convenient way to get to it. Thank you so much for everything. And you know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to get a little sappy again here when I say thank you for all the love and support, just for everything in general, for the channel and for SGB. You know, I had a very good experience, and year after year I have a good experience at TMG. And part of the reason is that I meet a lot of people, and a lot of people seem very, very sort of moved by what we do, and you know, they're very happy, and they always have great stories about some of the videos, and they talk about their favorite parts, and that always makes it feel really good, because it means that it's something that means something. You know, if you do it and you enjoy it, that's a great thing to do. It's great to do things that you enjoy, but it does feel satisfying to hear other people enjoying it. So, you know, you guys come up and tell stories and everything, and that always feels really good. So I very much appreciate that. Will I play Mega Man X8 if Johnny does X7? I'll need to practice, but maybe I might do that. I feel like they're going to want to do that, though. It was nice talking to TMG and stuff. Have a great evening. Hey, thank you so much, Pritch. But yeah, I very much appreciate it. So thank you, everybody. All right, for right now, I'm going to send you over to Cat Icarus. Cat Icarus is playing Crash Nitro Kart. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. But thank you once again, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all tomorrow for my birthday.